And now let me introduce the speaker of the first session. We have 4 presenters in the first session. The first is Magdalena Borzecka, who is the coordinator of the BioESA project. She will present about the BioESA project and its role in exploiting the bioeconomy of Central and Eastern European countries. The second presenter will be Pavel Chmielinski, also the coordinator of ERDN, the European Rural Development Network. The third presenter will Susanna Albertini, who is the coordinator of EUBionet and Transition to Bio, who will present about raising awareness of circular and sustainable bioeconomy. And the fourth presenter will be Peter Cianciani from Celebio, who is the coordinator, and he will present about the Celebio project. And last, at least but not last, Holger Gerdes will be the last coordinator from the Birura project, who is the coordinator of the project, and he will speak about developing rural bioeconomies by focusing on regional strategies. And now I would like to give the control to Barna to manage the first section. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, István. Good morning for all the participants, and of course, special good morning for the speakers. My name is Barna Kovács. I am the Secretary General for the BioEST Initiative, and my role today in the first session is to moderate the discussion and, of course, try to engage also the listeners, the participants. So I would like to kindly ask you, if you have questions to the speakers, to put in the chat. We will try to pick it from the chat and bring it to the speakers. However, I wish to have all the speakers to speak one after each other and to try to keep the minutes assigned for them. So just an info for the speakers that 1 minute before the 15 minutes is passing, I will let you know that you have still 1 minute. And of course, let's keep and let's try to keep the timing to be in time for the fourth session and to not to take from the coffee break. So by this has been said, I would like to welcome Magdalena Borzecka, who is the coordinator for the BioESA project, to present her views and share experience from the BioESA project. Please, Magdalena.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me, see me, and my presentation is on a full screen.
Yes, everything is okay.
Great.
Thank you.
So I can start. Thank you for a nice and kind introduction. I will talk today about the role of BioESA project in exploiting bioeconomy of Central Eastern European countries. The project that we started 1.5 years ago, it was surprised that the time is passing so quickly, but it's a project from the Horizon 2020. We have 21 partners in this project. As you can see, our picture from the first meeting, unfortunately, it was our last meeting in a normal conditions. But I think even taking in account the COVID situation, we are very well organized and we very well proceed with the issues that we have to achieve in the project. So our main goal is to set up BioEST initiative and its action plan for the transition of 11 Central and Eastern European countries to bioeconomy. We mean to support the national level bioeconomy strategic thinking. We help to develop national bioeconomy strategy. We also work on macro-regional strategic research and innovation agenda, which is very important for most of those countries. We work a lot on establishing the stakeholders' engagement at national level. We also support thematic working groups for SRIA development and at macro-regional level. And also we work to set up advisory council for the initiative to be able to follow the work of project and initiative in future. There was a lot of said about the initiative yesterday by Barna Kovac. I just would like to repeat a little and show you that the initiative was set up at governmental level. It was started by the ministries. The initiative have several group of workings like national contact point in each of 11 countries which are in the project. We have contact points at the ministry. We have Secretary General. And we have a communication expert team which work closely with our thematic working groups. All together, we created the Bioeast Up project. Main goal of the project is to set up those national platforms for bioeconomy strategy development. So in each country, we're working on mobilizing governments, our ministries. We have already created international groups, national stakeholder groups. We have learned that in certain country this works completely different. In some countries we were not able to set up all the groups. In some cases they work as bio hubs as well. So this is very specific for each country and it cannot be the same for all of them. After setting up the project, we keep collaboration with national contact points. They help us to collect the data. They help us to collect people, experts, to set up the indicators for bioeconomy development. We work on benchmarking. We work on virtual toolbox. All together within the national platform, we have a lot of consultation, discussions, suggesting, trainings, as well as workshops. And all of that will allow us to build strategic research and innovation agenda, as well as national bioeconomy and strategy concept papers. A few words about virtual toolbox. It's gonna consist two things. One, we have collected all the existing tools at one place of relevant partners or projects. And second thing, very interesting, which is being built at the moment, is system dynamic model. It was created for Latvia. Now it's being developed for Poland, and then depends on the time we will think how to transfer the knowledge to other partners of the project and build similar models for other countries. So the virtual box is quite easy to use. You can choose the country which you belong to or you are interested in. Then you look for a main topic of your interest. For me, it was platform which are important. I chose the country of Poland, and then it comes out with a couple of links and direction to those developed platforms which are already exist for specific country, and I have easy access to a lot of different kind of knowledge from the whole Europe. Very important for us is capacity building for stakeholders. Last year, due to the COVID situation, we had to cancel a couple of normal seminars, and we had to convert them to the webinars. It worked very well. They were very successful, and it was at the beginning of the COVID situation, so the tools were not used so well at that time yet. but we gained more than 100 participants for one webinar. Now we're preparing for the series of trainings for different target groups, as well as we preparing the role-play game for bioeconomy strategy development, which was already launched for the students, and we tested the game on the student. Now we are in the second phase, where we will be inviting our partners from ministries to take part in the game and to work on the results of it. Here I would like to take also an opportunity to introduce you to the first webinar for capacity building for stakeholders. It will be about financial and business opportunities for Bioeast stakeholders for better use of circular bioeconomy potential. We're going to talk about the definition, about opportunities in countries, about the programs, biorefinery concept, good example of bioeconomy business models, and how we can help the bioeconomy business implementation. The registration page is already working. It is free access for all the partners. And then we're going to contain training for 3 groups: industrial stakeholders, researchers, and advisors. We have already set up dates, they will be confirmed, but for those trainings, we have to register through the NCPs. The program of exchange knowledge workshop will be very rich, defined and designed specifically for each group. For practitioners and industrial stakeholders, we will talk about innovation solution, model thinking, business models, how to bring a good business model to implementation. For rural facilitators, advisors, we will we'll be talking about the thematic models for developing the skills and competences. And for researchers, we will focus on proposal development, financial aspects for the project application, budget development. For those trainings, if you are interested in participating, you have to register through your NCP. Very important if knowledge spreading for us and working for initiative is cooperation with Bioeast thematic groups. They regularly meet, they work on their own SRIA development, they talk on different aspects which can be helpful and is important for bioeconomy sector in the specific thematics. We also support the Bioeast Advisory Council. Council is to provide expert opinion for Bioeast board. It is consisted mostly of policymakers. They also regularly meet and work to support Bioeast initiative. Few months ago, we started foresight exercises, which is also to support Bioeast members in developing the suitable bioeconomies. We have employed 5 high-level independence experts. They've been selected by Bioeast board. Those experts will proceed with the exercise. They organize a meeting in the regions. They talk and they provide us with the basis for BioEast strategic research and innovation agenda. So what is this research agenda? We have created with BioEast a framework for this agenda. It was worked also together with the thematic working groups. It is a kind of desk study to map research and innovation policy, as well as the state of art of bioeconomy, related research and innovation in all BioEast countries. In coming months, those partner in collaboration with NCPs will conduct more workshop and will involve all the interministerial groups as well as national stakeholders group to analyze the strengths, weaknesses, threats and opportunities, as well as gaps in bioeconomy. So what are our thank you. So what are our main outcomes, products of this project? It will be a bioeconomy strategic concept papers for each BioEast countries. We have already knowledge that some of our partnering countries, a part of concept papers, they would like to prepare a strategy, a bioeconomy strategy for the countries. There will be also the strategic research agenda, as well as defined potential for future scenarios and priorities for bioeconomy. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent timing. Thank you very much, Magda. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have to confirm that the project is a great help for the BioEast initiative. So we can also discuss later on the different aspects. Thank you, Magda.
Thank you.
And now I would like to welcome Pavel Kamiński. Please, Pavel, bring into us the ERDN network and explain a little bit. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you and
okay.
I can see you. Just a little bit speak louder because it was a little bit like sounds.
Very well, very well.
Okay,
thank you
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Barna. Thank you, Magda, and thanks to organizers for the very interesting first day of the conference. And today I'm pleased to present the European Rural Development Network, like explaining a bit the role of this network in the potential development of a bioeconomy in the Central Eastern European countries. I'll be talking about like what the European Rural Development Network is, and what we do, like what is our role in a network in the region. And I'll explain this through some activities we do in the past almost 20 years. And then I will relate how the network dealing with the rural areas development, like the encompassing the leading universities and the research centers dealing with the rural development more than agriculture development, what is very much how it is much engaged in the bioeconomy related research. So who are we? ERDN dates back to 2002. This was like the initiative of the Austrian big ISA Institute, together with like many European, not only Central Eastern European research centers, including Germany, Finland, UK, and like Italy. It's like after a few years, it come up that the Central Eastern European institutes are more, let's say, devoted and motivated to create the network in the new reality, in the pre-accession time. So like European Rural Development Network is to encompass the leading centers studying the rural development in Europe, especially in the Central eastern and the southeastern countries. The unique character of ERDN is social capital, so like informed ties and commitment of a core group of a people from various countries, especially from it started with the big commitment of the countries we call Visegrad group, but also with the big ties with other Central Eastern European countries. We aim for a networking mostly, networking between researchers, universities, research institutes, but also with links to the policymakers, because we are studying also like the policy outcomes of evaluations, but also we make a background for the policy decisions. We aim for the knowledge transfer between researchers and like the other stakeholders, but also advancing international and scientific cooperation and knowledge and experience sharing. So what we do it mostly through the seminars and face-to-face meetings, and of course, as you probably know, this is quite a hard time for us in the pandemic, because like the social capital and the informal ties are mostly fed with the informal meetings and exchange of ideas. But we developed for so many years, we developed so strong ties that it goes very well even in this time, and we are looking forward to the next development of a situation, and hopefully we'll meet in face, but also there will be the possibility to invite the people to join our activities and our conferences. Here is like some information about what we do in terms of topics we choose for the each of the year of our activities. So from the explain the multifunctional territories and like the role of the knowledge in the rural areas development. We were also analyzing the CAP policy in the Central Eastern countries, but also we have like the strong ties with the non-EU countries. So we also try to link the policy between the Central Eastern countries and that are members of the European Union and other, like the Western Balkans and so-called European Partnership. But like from some years now, we strongly devote our activities into the investigating of the sustainability of agriculture and rural development. So like that you see that on the bottom two conferences that were strictly devoted to this. So like among the selection, I would like to stress also thanking the organizers and like the AKI that is strongly connected to the ERDN. I would like to stress one of important conference in our history. That was the conference in 2016, Knowledge Sharing and Innovation in Agriculture and Rural Areas. That was organized in Budapest with cooperation of the Ministry of Agriculture. We had that conference, we started to cooperate strongly to the FP7 and the Horizon projects. So we had like the very nice presentations of the outcomes of the SIMRA, Social Innovation devoted project, and also Valerie about the farming. Also next conference that was like the cooperation, the smart, sustainable and inclusive rural region, which was devoted also like to the concept of the smartness. Also we are very proud because like we are in the initiative of the BioEast from the very beginning, and like we had a pleasure and an honor to be also the active partner in the conference in 2017 in Budapest. It was like extremely successful conference presenting the first 2 years of the BioEast, and like there was like the one of good points in development of the initiative. Together with my Austrian colleague Klaus Wagner, we were presenting the ERDN in pretty much the same what we are doing right now. we are also networking the people through the publishing activities. So like we have a ERDN yearbook, rural areas and the development, which is like the totally online. We published already 17 volumes, but also we support some activities, conferences, printing their abstracts and conference proceedings. And here you see the history of like our inclusion within the wider scientific, public and European research area. So thanks to our networking, several our members were participating in the FP7 and Horizon 2020 projects. So including Perceive, which was linking the cohesion policy and the rural development policy, but also Compete. We also were active in the projects of a Visegrad Fund, also aimed in the sustainable development of agriculture and rural development. And also we try to attach and promote our members in international organizations like other international organizations like European Association of Agricultural Economies. We were strongly present in the Congress, but also in this year Congress. We cooperate with many projects, for example, in Poland with Magda's team. And from the Institute of Soil Science and Plant Cultivation, we were cooperating on some insights from our members to the bioecon projects, and through the participation in the conference Visions of Bioeconomy and Agriculture Policy. But also on the path to develop and strengthening the initiative BioEast, we also organized the workshop development of a bioeconomy in Central Eastern Europe, where we are discussing the definitions and understanding of bioeconomy concepts from the perspective of the rural communities and the rural researchers. Right now we are active in 3 EU projects. 2 are devoted to the development of future paths for the rural areas. So these are like discussing and getting knowledge to have their say, or like to let the rural communities express the interest and like explain the challenges and the needs for the long-term rural areas vision of that is run by the European Commission. And of course we are active in the BioEast projects. I don't have to explain that one. So why rural systems and like the network devoted to the rural systems studies is like very important from the big perspective of a bioeconomy development, because bioeconomy is like the multifunctional. This is about the geographies and the rural development itself, because if you imagine like the bioeconomy is local nature based, and like it's really connected to the local ties. It is embedded because you cannot take the resources from the rural areas, not including the communities and the rural systems in it. So like the bioeconomy is not only like the development of the big industries, but also the development of those territories that are traditionally connected to the agriculture production, biomass production, and also like developing the businesses related to the agriculture, but also other sectors related to this. So we are talking about like new possibilities for rural areas, like business models, consumer awareness, like and also community networks. but also better governance, a better policy for the territorial development and what we call rural resilience. So I was stressing many times that we need a local strategies, so like the solving local problems with global solutions. And when we imagine bioeconomy strategies are like the are attracted and by the national authorities, but like the impulse was from the European Union and like the global entities. And now we are translating it into the local to address the local problems. So this is the best way to standardize the sustainability in the rural areas, also through the policy development and like the research. So this is now the aim of the network, like the linking bioeconomy concept with the rural development concept, because this will be the real future and the success, key success. And like the last slide, what we offer as a network. So we exchange the research and expertise. 15 years of a very active, successful cooperation, almost 20 years of like the conference activities. We interact with the policymakers. We transfer knowledge between EU and a new Central, East and South of Europe. So if you look at the map, we have like the EU members from the Central Eastern Europe itself, but also like the Southern Europe, and the non-EU countries that are very close, cooperating, interested in getting knowledge about the policy making and the cooperation in the rural development and bioeconomy studies. So, and I encourage you to look at and keep keep a track on the ERDN through the web page, and hope to see you on the one of a real face-to-face events. Thank you very much.
Excellent timing and excellent presentation. Thank you very much, Pavel.
Thank you.
It's an important platform. I hope we will get back to the end of the presentations to have questions and discuss a little bit more in details. But now I would like to give the word to Susanna Albertini, and she's coordinating several, or at least it's involved in several projects. But here she's bringing to us the EU BioNet and of course the Transit to Bio projects. And I'm looking forward for her presentation, because they were doing a lot in the Western European side, but also they can have a lot of influence and input for what is happening in Central and Eastern Europe, and of course using the benefit of what they gathered already in their projects. Thank you, Susanna, for accepting the invitation, and please feel free and present your presentation. We still have a full screen, but not the presentation mode. But if you feel okay, we can go on like this.
Yeah, I see it full screen in my presentation, so it's not full screen. No.
For us, it's not. It's just so not even the presenter mode, but we have the.
Excuse me, Ed. I'm sharing. Just a second. Sorry.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay. I have my colleague Luis, that is the expert in this.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's always difficult. I know with the Teams that you have to upload the whole document.
No.
Otherwise, we can leave it as it was, and so I think it's fine. It's also fine. Do you see it better now?
Yes, excellent.
Oh, okay, great.
And it's working. Okay,
perfect.
And we can hear you, please.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I'm here to bring the perspective of raising awareness, communication, and stakeholder engagement. That is an important aspect to drive the transition, and what we can do with our extensive networks to really support the Central and Eastern countries, but also other actors. So I just want to highlight what we will discuss in this presentation. So basically, why it is so important to communicate the bioeconomy and involve the relevant stakeholders to drive the change, and to share with you some lessons learned from several EU-funded projects I just mentioned here: Transition to Bio, the European Bioeconomy Network, BioVoices, but also BioWays and BioBridges, Lift, so several projects in which we have been involved. And then to tell you a little bit about our methodological approach that we developed in those 6 years, basically, and to present you some inspirational ideas. So all of us, we know that the update of the bioeconomy strategy wanted to drive and to promote new ways of producing and consuming, respecting the ecological boundaries of our planet. And to drive this transition, of course, is necessary to touch all the aspects, so the supply, so the production, the demand side, the consumers, the B2B, the multipliers, and of course the supportive environment. So in this specific case, we are more tackling this last point. So policymakers, but also research, innovation, finance, in order to really boost and support this transition from a structural point of view. And you know that when a few years ago we were like that, bio what, and now we are more in the phase of bio how. So this means that there is a lot of interest, but still we need to provide the content, the knowledge, and to be credible, trusted, and then we need to act together. So mobilize the correct stakeholders, co-create in order to transform the knowledge in something that is a shared understanding and a shared willing to change. And what is needed, of course, first of all, to increase the awareness, the knowledge, but also the education. And then to identify the specific bottlenecks that are diverse depending on the different region, to foster the engagement of everybody, including the consumers and the policymakers, so to really create an ecosystem for the innovation for the bioeconomy. And to promote co-creation, also involving industrial players, policy, and to design co-shared and co-owned agenda for the bioeconomy. And the methodology we are suggesting that stems from really a lot of experiments. We are really experiment people. We are trying to really try everything and to say, okay, this worked, this not so much. So our process starts from inspire and to provide the inspirational ideas to really help thinking out of the box, to inform, so after inspiring, to really provide the content, to assess what are the specific needs, and to connect, creating, facilitating the connection, facilitating networking, but also facilitating opportunities for co-create together, and co-create is the last one. I would like to really bring you some examples, pictures, so one picture say more than 1,000 words. So inspire, what we do. These examples are from BioBridges, BioVoices, from Lift, from Transition to Bio, and social media campaigns. This is absolutely important, including involving influencers. And in some cases you see are from BioVoices, that is has now more than 7,000 followers in the different social media. And then storytelling and video, tell a story because the people should find it familiar. And then a lot of videos, for instance, the video where you see the lady is a video from BioBridges, that is the day of a lady from the morning to the night, and then involving the kids, the students, new generation as testimonials as part of the change. And inspire them through the emotion. You see also in my back, this is the BioArt gallery, so beautiful pictures to raise the attention and then to explain what the pictures are about. And still in the inspire sector, online quiz competition make the people play, because when they play there are some areas of the brain that are leveraged, and they're the ones that drive the change. So playful is the best way to learn, as we know from the kids. But also something more detailed. So the games providing interactive information and interactive gameplay. I think that the majority of you have been participated to some of our workshop, and we typically let you play, let you interact a lot with us. And then present a buffet of ideas, but also examples. We have more than 300 different bio-based products to showcase. And this is what we do around Europe to let people touch, feel, and also smell because, excuse me, because for instance, this is a book that is done using elephant poo, and the people typically smell it, although it's not smelling, of course. And then present success stories. So bioeconomy as a business model, interview to the players, and really involve the people. So we try to bring everybody in front to tell their story. And also inform, of course, so involving the researchers, so, science video, and then again go around, involve the researchers in telling what they are doing and how they are doing. And then go to the large scale event, go in the squares, go in the science events. We involved 300,000 people in the last few years in these activities. You see in the middle of the squares in every single place, but also, of course, speeches at conference and events. And I'm particularly active, as you know, and like today, for instance. Inform when it comes to the young generation. This is a very high focus for the European Commission. So bring the kids from the smallest. This is the new book that is ready to go for BioVoices, and we have a very high level scientific committee to make sure that our contents are super solid from a scientific point of view. And Barna is also one of our experts. And also bioeconomy cards, so to try to understand and to explain what are the misleading concepts, like compostable, biodegradable, also the bioeconomy per se. Workshop bringing different type of consumers in every stage of life, and also, of course, capacity building with the stakeholders. Assess. It is important to really design and to make sure that we understand what the different stakeholders would like. So surveys, interactive exchanges, but also new formats like the make your voice heard wall in big events. And of course, creating kind of templates to frame the knowledge in a substantial way. And then connect. Connect is important because you bring together different people, you facilitate the share of knowledge, like what we are doing today. And then connect the different actors along the value chain. We have two formats, the bridge to brands, to connect the brands and the solution providers, namely the bio-based industries, but also bridge to value, to really connect the different steps along the value chain. And also events, set up the regional local living labs. This is one of the activities that, for instance, Transition to Bio does. And also use ambassadors and influencers, multipliers, particularly the researchers, but also policymakers that really would like to take the leading role in being in the center. Co-create. This is what we did in BioVoices, more than 70 different co-creation workshops at different level with a large number of stakeholders in more than 10 regions. So really work with them and try to understand what are the challenges, the possible solution, replicate the experience from one region to another. And this is absolutely fundamental. Of course, as you can see, also online, we did a lot in the last year. We did really great work, and also involving those players that are typically out of the games, like the farmers, that are very keen on participating in 1 hour workshop, while maybe they are not so keen on traveling to Brussels or to spend the money to go somewhere else. But online they do, and they are very active, and they bring their voice. So very quickly, what we can do. With the European Bioeconomy Network, we already brought together 74 projects and initiatives, and with the new project Transition to Bio, we would like to increase the number of our participants, our members, and to really facilitate the collaboration, mutual learning, and exchanges, and also actively promote co-creation and joint activities to really make the difference all together, because we discover that when we are together, we can really do not double, but triple, quadruple the effect and the impact. And the Transition to Bio is the project that finally brought together all this knowledge. So we decided in a certain point to really make all this knowledge available to everybody. And so Transition to Bio will do this. We will raise awareness on the bioeconomy, and we will bring together all this knowledge in a single platform. But we also provide member states and regions with methodologies, capacity building, tools and materials, local activity, mentoring. We are really at your disposal to make this effective and to really supporting you what we have learned with what we have learned in these years of commitment. And then we would like, of course, to educate, because we have a strong pillar on this, and also to understand what are the specific needs for the future education. So provide specific recommendation to some projects. For instance, there is a new BBIJU project that will start soon, and we are also collaborating with them to make sure that the needs are responded by the educational system, not only at a level of university, but really at the level of young kids, and growing up to build a new generation that is more knowledgeable and also really sensitive to those important topics. And then we want to transform all these contents into actionable knowledge, ready to be used, ready to be implemented, and also, of course, we are ready to support. I don't know where we are, Barna, in terms of timing.
We just almost at the end. You have
okay. I just want to
1 minute.
Great, perfect. I just want to tell you what is in my presentation that I will share. We have some lesson learned from some projects, so from BioVoices and also from LIFT, that I will give to you in order for you to use it, to take it. Maybe there's something that could be interesting for you, so I would not go into detail. I will also put some, there are also some reference to those projects I was using for this presentation, and of course my contact. So I'm interested to work with you and to put our experience and commitment at your disposal. So I'm done.
Thank you very much, Susanna. Excellent. It's impressive how was built up the network, and it's extremely important to benefit from the projects which were ongoing and those projects who are coming up, and then you build up this network, and it's worth to be learned and listened also by the Central and Eastern European entities. So by this, I hope we can get back at the end of the presentations, and we can discuss a little bit more in details if the participants do have a question. Let's go further. Thank you, Susanna. And by this, I would like to introduce to you Peter Cacciani, the coordinator of the Celebio project, but I would even emphasize that he is coordinating projects in our region since years. The Central Eastern European Initiative, it's working since decades in our region, and I think they have very much contributed to the development of the different entities in our region. With the Celebio project, we have a great benefit. There were done a few reports in our countries, which I think Peter can better present to us. And I would kindly ask you, Peter, to come in and present the project and outcome, which just finished a few months ago or basically now. Thank you very much. Please, Peter.
Thank you very much, Barna, and thank you for the kind introduction. Actually, you're right. We've been active in bioeconomy or bioeconomy or bio-based or bioasterisk, as I sometimes call it, for several years now. And well, we really hope that this supported the actualization of the topic in a region that has enormous assets, but sometimes is not really aware of the potentialities. And Celebio project aimed exactly at this. So if I can summarize, we responded to a call that was focusing on modest or moderate innovator countries, and our understanding was that the reason, there are several reasons, of course, behind the moderate level of innovation. Among other things, there is lack of knowledge, and lack of knowledge on both sides. So on the one hand, perhaps in some countries of Central and Southeastern Europe, there was a lack of knowledge concerning the advantages and the potentialities of bio-based economy, even though I think this is now somehow removed. My impression is that the awareness has been raised significantly in recent years, also in connection with the post-COVID recovery and the new funds that will be made available. On the other hand, there is also lack of knowledge from on the side of Western European or Northwestern European stakeholders, who sometimes don't really know what we're talking about. So it's an area that is still often somehow gray. So the project aimed at somehow contributing to this enhanced knowledge exchange or better visibility or better interaction by providing an update on quantitative assessments of available biomass, sustainably sourceable biomass, in 6 countries, which are the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia, and Slovenia, the countries you see in orange, but also with an, let's say, slightly less detailed overview, but still very significant, for the countries you see in yellow. So Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania, North Macedonia, and Greece. This way we covered an area that was still somehow missing. We learned subsequently that the BIC is going to assess the state of the art in the countries that are here on the map in yellow, plus Moldova. So if we knew in advance, we could have included also Moldova to provide a stronger baseline, but unfortunately this was not possible at a certain point. So basically, for these countries, we did update quantitative assessments for biomass deriving from primary production, so agriculture and forestry, but also waste streams. We assessed current uses and provided an insight into the infrastructures and logistics and the current policy framework. In addition to this, we mapped most relevant stakeholders along the value chains. This was the primary, let's say, objective of the call, and I think we've been quite successful because we with the support of our local partners, we really provided a comprehensive mapping that includes not only the production side, not only the industries, but also research centers, universities, institutions, associations. So quite an extensive work. Of course, we could not and didn't aim at providing 100% mapping of the agricultural sector, for example. So we don't have infinite lists of farmers. We just picked the most relevant one because otherwise it would be kind of infinite work. Based on this, first, let's say, two assessments, we developed evidence-based guidelines for national bioeconomy action plans. So this is let's say, the name might sound, let's say, immodest, and it caused some eyebrows rising. So we did not, of course, aim at developing bioeconomy action plans for the countries, which was absolutely not the scope of our work, but we highlighted those value chains that appear to be most prospective, either because they are currently the most developed or those that have, let's say, the highest untapped potentials, if you wish, and we assessed and proposed a series of measures that could further strengthen these value chains. So in this sense, we then decided to call guidelines for national action plans in order not to be too, let's say, immodest. Okay, the objectives I think I described quite in detail already. So this is an overview of the outcomes and outputs of the project. So as Borna kindly introduced, we did develop reports. So we have a biomass availability report, which is comprehensive for the 6 let's say, orange countries, so Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, and Bulgaria. There is another comprehensive report for the other countries, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Albania, and Greece. There is the comprehensive report on the mapping of bioeconomy stakeholders. There is a comprehensive report on the guidelines for national action plans. And we then decided to somehow break down and reshuffle all this information in country reports, comprehensive country reports. So you can access this information on our website, and you can choose either to have an overview for the 6 countries of the biomass availability, or you can go into the detail and say, okay, I want to know everything about Czech Republic, and then In that report, you can find the biomass assessment, the stakeholders mapping, the policy analysis, and everything. So it's two ways of presenting information in order to try to intercept the attention of stakeholders, and in particular of potential investors. Besides, of course, we had also an outreach, a set of outreach activities, which was hindered inevitably by the pandemics, but still we managed to have events, virtual events at national level. We participated in the UBCE conference with a side event and with a booth. And I should say that it was pleasant to see that stakeholders locally participated in large numbers to these events. This owes, of course, mainly to the capacity of our local partners, but also to the fact that the topic is now really, if not on top, let's say in the higher ranks of the agenda, and this is important. And we set up a network of experts that will continue to support these activities. We call them BBI ambassadors. I put the list at the end of this presentation, so if you're interested, you can contact them. They are willing to support, to provide information, to bridge with other experts. So this is, I think, a way to somehow come closer and facilitate interaction between stakeholders. So if we go now very quickly to see how these reports, what is the information that this work.
Peter, you will have 1 minute, not a little bit more than one. So
okay.
Just plan yourself.
Yes, so this is the overview of the biomass availability in the region in kilotons dry matter, so quite significant. And this is an example of how we analyzed the in this case it's residual biomass from agriculture per country for the whole region. And of course, this might be useful for planning action and concrete investments. The same goes for waste and forestry. These are the value chains that we considered. An overview of the stakeholders. So we grouped stakeholders according to the sector, as I mentioned, so agriculture and agro-industry, forestry and wood industry, waste, fisheries and aquaculture, bio-based industries and markets, knowledge and innovation, institutions, financial organization, and market actors. I think that for this region and for the, let's say, to take momentum of the current attention to bioeconomy, bio industries and knowledge and innovation are those that are more interesting in a way. This is a very, let's say, approximate summary of what the mapping includes. So we have more than 400 primary or secondary feedstock producers in the region, mapped and with information, addresses and whatever, 230 industries and other actors along the value chains. And what, from my point of view, is extremely remarkable, 85 knowledge hubs and research and innovation, let's say, stakeholders. This is an asset that very often is not valorized appropriately. Also in EU projects, we often see that researchers from these countries are brought in as something more than service providers, and to ensure geographical coverage. This is dramatically wrong. We have in the region an enormous and very important capacity, knowledge, and infrastructure that shall be valorized also internally. Very briefly, I see, Barna, you are already appeared on the screen. This is more or less how is the breakdown of stakeholders. And okay, this is just the last slide, let's say, trends and prospects. The biomass is abundant. There are barriers in infrastructure and access to capital, but these barriers are slowly being, let's say, removed. The engagement in dam and flagship was slow at the beginning, but it's growing. The demand is low, and this owes to socioeconomic factors that is too long to explain now, but which is critical. But it's growing, especially among the young. The policy is more or less okay. What I believe we need is to tailor measures and approaches to the specific local capacities and economic capabilities. This region is specific and it should be treated specifically. And this is the list of ambassadors, and I think I took too much time already. So I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. No, in the discussions we can come back to your conclusions, I am sure. So that's why I was a little bit pushing also that we can to have to listen all the presentations, and then during the discussions, please come back with the conclusion and we can develop further. So thank you very much, Peter. I would like to ask Holger, so Mr. Gerders, please come in with the presentation. We brought for you, for the participants, presentation from Project Be Rural, which is important on the regional strategies development, of course, and the regional strengths, what we are focusing on here. So I am looking forward to hear and then to discuss about all the projects in the discussion. Please.
Yeah, good morning from Berlin. Thanks for having me at the meeting today. Can you give me a quick sign if you can hear
Yes.
and also see me?
Everything
well,
is well. Perfect.
Yeah, and do you
Thank
also
you
see my presentation in full screen mode?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, that's a good start. Yeah, again, thanks for having me here. My name is Holger Gerdes. I'm based in Berlin at Ecologic Institute. I'm the coordinator of the Be Rural project. Many of you might have heard about the project. We are basically the sister project of Power for Bio. We're sharing in this regard the same objectives. However, we have different timeframes. While the Power for Bio project ends this month already, if I'm not mistaken, Be Rural will run for another year, so until March 2022. And in that respect, there are still opportunities for joint activities and collaboration. And well, with this, I've told you the key message of my presentation already. And on the next couple of slides, I would like to provide you with a couple of ideas for joint activities and potentials for collaboration. So here we go. So yeah, as I told you, we are sharing the same objectives with Power for Bio. We are trying to develop bioeconomy strategies and roadmaps in selected regions across Europe. And we are focusing on 5 selected countries. And within these 5 countries, we are covering 7 regions. And you can see that these regions are rather small compared to those that are covered, for instance, in the Power for Bio project. And we've set up the project in a way that one local project partner acts as facilitator of the regional stakeholder process that we are organizing in these selected regions. These regions cover different ecosystem types. That means we are covering agricultural, forest, and marine ecosystems and biomass streams, and thereby we are also covering different opportunities when it comes to bio-based technologies and business models to be applied in these different contexts. So quite a diverse spectrum of conditions and opportunities that we're covering in the project. And what is important to mention here is that in these, or in most of these contexts, in these regions that we are covering, we are basically starting, or we started from scratch. So we did not start with established structures, meaning any bioeconomy clusters or any networks that existed and that had the idea of establishing a bioeconomy strategy. No, we, again, in most of the cases, we started from scratch, meaning that we started with a stakeholder mapping exercise and then the definition of what the priorities would be in these regions when it comes to the further development of the bioeconomy. And in this regard, we thought that we need to define a couple of key principles on which we base our stakeholder activities in the regions. Again, it is important to understand that we as project team are only the facilitators of these processes. We are not determining their outcomes, though. We leave that totally up to the regional stakeholders. However, we ensure that these 4 key principles that you see on the screen here are followed in each of the activities. The first one is co-creation, meaning that the strategies and roadmaps that are being developed will be jointly developed by a broad spectrum of stakeholders. Openness and inclusiveness means that all relevant actors should be allowed to join the discussion. Also critical voices. When we're talking about the bioeconomy and biomass use, we are also talking about landscape and ecosystem impacts. We want to ensure that critical voices are being heard. In this context, civil society organizations are the ones that we are trying to involve in the discussions. This relates very much to the third point here, sustainability. As a project, we decided that we want to ensure that what the European Bioeconomy Strategy calls the ecological limits of the bioeconomy are also taken into account in our activities. And last but not least, we make everything transparent, also to ensure that stakeholders can join the process even at a later stage of that process. And basically the setup of the project, we started with the analytical work, determining biomass potentials, analyzing framework conditions. Now we are still in the middle of the stakeholder process, and towards the end of the project, we will, not only have, in the best case, a couple of dedicated strategy and roadmap documents, but we will also look back at what we have done and evaluate our instruments and tools, how effective were they and what we wanted to achieve. And we will make that knowledge available to others, well, to you guys, and to let you know if the instruments we used were appropriate and if you could use them or if they need to be adapted. And just a brief overview of what we're doing. Capacity building is key of the project, of course, but also the story that Susanna has just told us a couple of minutes ago, awareness raising, providing information on what the bioeconomy is. This is also part of the project. Again, we are not targeting established actors only. We are also trying to involve those who actually don't know what the bioeconomy is, who have not heard the term before. In that regard, we are organizing educational events, bio-based pop-up stores, basically an exhibition of bio-based products to show what the potentials are. And we're targeting teachers. So we will organize in 2 or 3 months from now a teacher's summer school Main target groups are teachers from our focal regions, of course, but now we have the pandemic, so the summer school will not take place in Glasgow, Scotland as planned. It will be an online event. So there is potential for other teachers beyond our regions to join this event. If you know representatives of the educational sector in your regions or countries, and you think that they would be interested in such a summer school that will focus on sustainability and bioeconomy, please get in touch. And my last slide, to pinpoint a little bit where I see potentials for interregional collaboration, meaning collaboration, well, that basically builds on what we're doing, but integrates other parallel initiatives. We are collaborating here and there with the BioEast initiative and the BioEast Up project already. We've heard yesterday that in the Covasna region in Romania, we've organized a joint event. Right now, we are contributing to a SWOT analysis in Bulgaria that is being organized by the BioEast Up project. But there might be room for more. So please join us in any capacity building activities that we are organizing in our regions if you think it is relevant to what you are doing in your context. Have a look at the website. They're usually announced, and get in touch to see what is possible. Then we want to go a little bit beyond what we are doing there, beyond the regional strategies that we are developing. Smart specialization strategies are a key tool in this regard, of course. Sometimes they are not being organized in these smaller regions that we are covering, but at a higher macro level. And there, I think, is really potential for collaboration here with relevant actors. And you might be those relevant actors who are in charge of these processes. And then the development of national bioeconomy strategies in those 5 countries is, of course, something where we think where we can provide insights into priorities of stakeholder groups and provide lessons learned of how to organize a process that really takes into account a variety of perspectives and really tries to incorporate the potentials of specific regions. Last but not least, yeah, we have done 2/3 of the project is implemented already, so there's a nice range of outputs available already on our websites. The assessments of regional biomass potentials and framework conditions might not be so interesting if you're not living in the regions we are covering, but you might want to have a look at the methodologies we applied and learn from it, and also to see where the limits were, where the problems were that we experienced in these kind of methods and analysis. Then the overview of business models and technologies that we have done is not only of use to stakeholders in the regions that we are covering, but it's a much broader target audience here. And we made sure that this overview is available in a multitude of languages, in local languages. The same goes for the educational materials for schools and universities that we have produced. They are also available in 6 languages, in this case, to basically fill a knowledge gap that we felt exists when it comes to relevant materials that is available not only in English or German, but also in other local languages. And more will come. As I said, we are still active until March next year, so please, if you think you identified potentials for collaboration here, get in touch with me or directly with our local facilitators. You will find the contact details on the project website. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Holger, please stay here with us. I would like to kindly ask all the speakers that you can switch on the cameras if you wish so, and if it's possible for you, otherwise we just listening you. And of course, now we will have a little bit less than 20 minutes to discuss about the presentations. I already see that in the chat bar there are several questions and there were some inputs from the speakers already. So thank you for you. Let me just start with the aim of this session, why we have all these projects, and of course in the background it's also the Power for Bio, because usually we are as already some of the speakers already said this, that we are not using those resources which we already have in our availability. So we have projects, running projects, but we are not using them in a full potential, in the full scale. And in my opinion, it's very important to have those moments, to have these kind of sessions to discuss, to present, to bring together those projects, and of course, where it's necessary to grasp and bring the outputs and to discuss about. And by this, I would go back and again a little bit discuss on role of the projects as you see, as you as a coordinators, you see in structuring, so to say, the stakeholders. How you see, on one hand, I would like to ask the positive aspects, which already you in some of your presentation you emphasized, but also I would ask as a second part of my question about the gaps, because in my experience, it's sometimes we have projects, we have beneficiaries, usually one beneficiary from one country, which is not covering all the bioeconomy spectrum, and it's very difficult to bring for a country knowledge via that only single beneficiary. However, on the other hand, I think that it's very important to have a project which is able to structure the discussion, and especially in this case on bioeconomy, and especially in those countries where there is no such a bioeconomy strategy or strategic thinking at national level. So I would start with this general approach at the beginning, and how you see your project involvement in structuring the stakeholders and the benefits, and of course if you see the gaps already, to mention also those. So I would open the discussion, and then we can get back to the questions from the chat. Please, who wants to come in? Feel free, raise your hand, and then we can continue. Or maybe I was too general in my question. Susanna?
I can.
Susanna, and then Holger.
Yeah.
Yes, basically we do exactly this, as you know, Barna. So we really try in all our projects and in all our activities, particularly through the European Bioeconomy Network, we try to create this connection among the different projects and the different initiatives. If I can highlight a gap that I think is always better to learn from the difficulties and failure rather than from the success, is that sometimes we are not able to really reach the potential beneficiaries in all the countries. So maybe we do it very well in the countries that are our main target, and therefore I think that this type of activities can be very effective in order to say, okay, there is this knowledge, and if there are some potential clients or beneficiaries, this is available. So I think that this connection that can be very effectively played by the BioEast app, but also the other project, should be connected with the other activities. So kind of create a positive, let's say, ecosystem with the knowledge is put on the disposal of the beneficiary and vice versa, much more than it is now.
Thank you. Holger, please.
Yeah, so you named it structuring of the stakeholders. I mean, one key issue is, of course, that there might be a knowledge gap, right? What is the bioeconomy? How can we make use of it? What can be our role in that overarching process? And but that gap can be overcome, definitely. Yeah, it should then be part of a strategy building process. So you need to find the right tools to tell people what the bioeconomy is and what their potentials, what the potential of the bioeconomy is and what their role can be. But this can be done, and we are partly doing it in the project. Our main issue is to ensure that the process that we are facilitating will end up with products that are then really being taken up in the actual policy process. Because I mean, we are not the policymakers who will put this into practice. And so how do you ensure that, in our case, regional authorities really buy in and make sure that the things are being kept alive when the project is finished? And then what complicates the situation is that in some countries you have federal systems where the regions are really powerful. Yeah? So these are the contexts that you need to involve in your activities. But then you have other countries where decisions are being made in the capital, even if it concerns regional processes. So you have a different set of stakeholders who you need to target and involve effectively in your activities. So the question of buying in and making sure that what you're doing is really relevant to the policy process, I think that's a big question when it comes to these kind of projects, like the ones we are doing in the context of European research funding. And yeah, I'm sure that the networking that we're doing today could contribute to making it more relevant and to show that what we're doing individually in the project is part of a bigger story. I think that would ensure buy-in from the relevant people.
Thank you very much, Pavel, and then Magda. I see the.
Thank you very much. I start with the positive. First, I would like to stress the networking. The networking potential is like and what we do within the ERDN, we are linking the researchers mainly. But what we do is like we are seeking for the new emerging issues to address and like to push all the researchers to prepare them what is coming from, for example, in the research, but also from the project point of view. So this share of the knowledge between countries is like that to making all the countries, for example, in Central Eastern Europe, be prepared at this potentially the same level for the future collaboration in some topics that are, for example, very fresh and new and not coming into the interest of the researchers in all the countries at the same time. And about the gaps, we connect the people doing the great research within the different EU projects, and like the EU BioNet is like the perfect networking initiative. The same as this Bioeconomy Innovation Week, which is getting together the different projects. But like what I think is we lack a structural, like the follow-up activities by the funders. So like lots of projects are ending with the results, and they're very valuable and used by the other projects, but like we are not getting those people together after the projects end. So this is going on, but not in a good extent, I guess. So this is like something for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. Magda, please.
I can tell about our experience in working mostly with the ministry stakeholders. So that all depends on the partner. It is impossible to start a project, get into ministry and work with them. From our experience, we can say that those partners who are like national institute, they work for a very long time, not for last 5 years, but 10, 20 or 30 with the ministries. They succeed very much in the meeting with the ministries, with getting them involved. For our case, for example, in Poland, it is not important that much how the government is changing, because we are the National Research Institute, and we know people very well, and we can work with them and engage them. They also support us on obtaining new projects. They know a lot what we do, and it is in a kind of personal relation from time to time when we get more familiar with the needs, we can answer them much easier. Also, something that Paweł have mentioned, that it is difficult to keep the project afterwards. We, of course, also facing this, but there is many projects that can continue in some cases, and if your network is built properly, you might be able to find people to follow up your work and involve you in a new proposal. I can say that on a case of our analysis of biomass potential, the project has started in 2008, and it goes one by one, one after the other, and we continue on improving our geoportals, which I will be talking in the next session about. So I'm sure there are a lot of possibilities to continue the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda. I see that Susanna wants to intervene on this, a reaction probably.
Yes, exactly. No, I think this is a very, very good point. I mean, trying to put together consortia that are very focused on transferring the heritage from one project to another. So build consortia that are taking into consideration and maximizing this. It's not only very welcome from the Commission, but also I think is very effective to be able to not waste all this knowledge, and also to keep on working like we are doing today, and saying telling to the other what is available, and keep on informing them. Like, for instance, the LIFT project was very effective in doing this, the LIFT BBIJU project, because collected all the results from the CSA and transform it in actionable knowledge for the other, really short, at the point, easy to be used contents, and this is the way to go.
That's very important what you are saying, Susanna, in having a project on transferring and translating, so to say, the knowledge from the other project. That's an important point. And of course, Peter, and then I will come back with a comment, and then please, Peter, come in.
Very shortly, two things. One, immediate reaction to the last comment from Susanna and yours. I think this is important. There is a risk in let's say using the same partners in all projects, because there is the risk of the bubble. You have the heritage, but then you somehow crystallize it too much. I think that in this sense, the experience from some Interreg programs could be useful. In some cases, Interreg programs foresaw so-called horizontal projects. So exactly what LIFE did, but in a more structured way. So it was institutionalized, that there was a project that was aiming at collecting and systemizing the information elaborated in sectoral specific projects. I believe this is important, provided that the donor treats these projects as almost equal interlocutors. So you must do this work, and this work is useful if then it reaches the appropriate level in the institutions. Otherwise, it's just summary. And the other thing regarding the networking, which of course is crucial, but we also must, I think, understand that it's a process that is very difficult to govern. So networking and this work that we've been doing in CSA projects is a little bit like public transport. So you have to do that, but you cannot force people. So I believe that our task as communicators, as people that try to build networks and to deliver information, is to make this available, accessible, easily accessible. And what can really change the picture is the offer. Very often we are vague in describing the benefits of this exercise, and it's not because we are vague as project let's say managers or people that implement projects or organizations that implement projects, but simply because the projects are designed in a way that we cannot offer much more than hypothesis. If you network, you might have some benefits. That's true. But sometimes this might not be enough to attract people. So the benefit must be very clear, like in, let's say, marketing, from which we drag very many techniques and approaches, and even the wording, with the difference that marketing sells a product, whereas we are selling an opportunity. And we must be very conscious of this, because makes a lot of difference.
Thank you, Peter. Since we are almost running out of the time, still I would like to raise one specific question to Pavel, because I saw a specific question in the chat regarding the living labs, and a little bit just a very targeted question, but however, please just if you can reflect whether the rural development network and could help, or how you see the role of living labs in the bioeconomy context. Please just have a short reflection if you can. On the other hand, I would just put a question for all of you, and this will be your final input, because even in the chat it was mentioned, on one hand, the farmers, the role of how we can reach out to those who can really benefit from this. Of course, on one hand, they are the I would say not a vulnerable group, but it's a group which they are not in everyday contact with research and research results and project results. On the other end, which we already mentioned, and we were discussing the policymakers who should benefit from the results of the project. So we have two target groups, and the policymakers basically usually are trusting the needs which the farmers needs, in our case in Ministries of Agriculture, and sometimes they are leaving out the results from the projects. So my question to you would be how you would, if it would be up to you, engage better that part of farmers, foresters, and on the other hand, how you would engage better the policymakers, if it would be up to you. So I have a concrete question to Pavel, and then if you can come in, any of you, then and then we can end up this session. Sorry for being so long in and opening new discussions, but I would be happy to discuss all these things even a longer period. So yes, Pavel.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be very short to give you the floor also. Like first, living labs. This is really nice question. This is reflecting what we are also doing as a ERDN in one of the projects, like the living labs, multi-actor platforms, or the pilot initiatives that are very, very valuable. And I can see that like one of the key elements of the projects right now, because this is like the great source of getting the information from the, for example, rural communities from the bottom up. So this is really good experience. We are running one of these for one of the projects, engaging 6 countries, and like through the 6 institutions in the Central Eastern Europe, Poland, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Hungary, Lithuania, and Romania. We use like the extension and the contacts of our members to get the information about the rural communities, what will come up in the future. So this is like the one of the most effective tools of getting the community involved. This is also the tool, responding to your second question, to engage the policymakers, not only on the national level, but also on the regional level, where they create the local strategy and regional strategies to involve the new emerging topics. So this is like one of the best ways to co-create the process. So like not only for the bioeconomy, but like the placing the bioeconomy within the rural community. So inform, ask them what they think about the future, and then get the outcomes ready for the policymakers. Because sometimes I feel that we do a lot of conversations and like a lot of talk on the national and the international level, and like lots of projects are trying to get to the bottom, so like to the rural communities. So using such tools, this is like the most effective.
Thank you,
Get the
Pavel.
knowledge, create the knowledge, and support the policymakers.
Thank you, Pavel. Speakers, if any of you want to still come in for a short intervention. Susanna, please. No, you have the microphone.
Sorry. From our experience, it was very effective, the use of online tools. That seems a contradiction in one end, but in the other end, really believe that those people, that those people that they don't have a lot of time, they cannot leave the farm alone for hours, even to travel. And it was very effective. We did this in the creation of the wool value chain in the BioBridges project, and we had an incredible response from farmers. So I really recommend to try to find new ways to use the online systems to involve farmers, because it's super effective. I didn't expect, but I can transfer this experience.
Thank you very much. Yes, Holger, please.
Yeah, I'd like to quote one of the speakers from yesterday, who said that farmers should play a more active role in the value chain and not just be biomass providers. I mean, that's the idea, right? And that's what you're targeting for with your question, I think. So let's take this idea. I mean, there are examples. If you look around, what does it mean? It probably means that farmers get rid of the middleman and access the market directly, right? And some of them are doing this. They're setting up their own shops to sell dairy products or to sell meat through their online shops, through their own online shops. But this requires really a change in the cultural setting, in their mindset. So it's a big step for them, and it requires investment, and they need to be willing to take the risks associated with it. So it's a big thing. I think it's really not easy to ask individual farmers to get more active and to basically create their own value chains. We need, or they will need, guidance and support, either coming from the associations, farmers associations, or from other actors. And but again, there are those examples regarding dairy products and meat and so on. And bioeconomy, bio-based products, high value products, if you want, can also be part of that story, I think. But I feel it will be a long way, and it's not going to be an easy one. And we'll have to think about the right instruments and the right ways to approach them, to make them aware of the opportunities.
Thank you, Holger. It's just as a final, Peter, if you have a very short intervention, just very shortly, because we are in the middle of the break. And then
I just wanted to agree with Holger. It's a long process. As he mentioned, it's investments, it's taking the risk. To do an investment, to take the risk, you have to see the money. So we have to be clear in showing there is an economic advantage in doing this. And I believe we are not still there. We quantified biomass. We know more or less the price. We have to go at a lower level and be able to say, for you, this would mean X thousand euro each year more, because otherwise it will not happen. Also because if we speak about, let's say, sustainable biomass and residues and so on, it's not their core business.
Thank you.
Think of a musician. The musician wants to play his instrument. All the rest is an aside. And the same for the farmer. So we have to understand this and be patient and be supportive and show advantages in a more concrete way.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your comments and contribution. I hope that I was not taking a lot from your precious time of the break. However, yes, we are ending here. We have to end here, and hopefully we will have some other opportunities to continue this discussion. Thank you very much for your contribution, your presentations, and I wish you all the best for your projects. Even if they were finished, hopefully we can cooperate in the future. Thank you very much. Thanks, and I would give the word for the organizers for letting us know now what we will do with the break, how we get back. Yes, please, Vicky. Sorry for taking the time off.
Thank you, Barna. Good morning to all of you. It's very nice to see you here. Unfortunately, yes, we are almost at the end of the break. So let's cut it a little bit, which means we will start in 6 minutes at 10:50. Okay, so I would like to see the panelists of the session, the next session in 5 minutes. So grab a quick coffee and then welcome back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to continue. I would like to warmly welcome you to our session number 4, where we would like to discover the role of hubs, platforms and clusters in boosting the regional bioeconomies in the CEE countries. In this session, we have 4 presenters, and each of them have 15 minutes. I'm pretty sure you know better than to take up more time than it has been allocated to you, especially because we would like to have some room for the roundtable discussions as well. At first, I would like to call Marie Kubankova, who will talk about the establishment of the Czech National BioEast Hub. So Marie, the floor is yours. As I can see, the PPT has been started. You can go full screen mode if you wish.
Okay.
And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I tried in the morning to put the presentation into the presentation mode, but I did not success. So if you can hear me and if you can see the presentation, can you see me? Can you hear me? And can you see
at the moment we can see you? Yes, we can see you and we can hear you as well.
Good, because I tried. I had some difficulties with Teams, so if you don't mind, I will go like this way. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Good morning. It's my great pleasure to be here. I would really like to thank the organizer to allow me to share with you this presentation. I would like to present to you the role, the importance of national BioEast hubs. Let me please briefly explain the role of these important national networks of stakeholders, the activities, and also the goal of our national BioEast hub on the Czech Republic. Here I would like to refer to the presentation of Barna Kovac and also to Magda Borsicka, coordinator of the BioEast project. BioEast initiative is a political initiative, and as such, only ministerial bodies can become members. However, there is a great interest from both academia, also industry and NGOs who would like to participate, and we would like to take them part, to gather them, to mobilize their interest in bioeconomy. A lot has been said about the importance of communication and stakeholder mobilization. So the governance paper published by the BioEast initiative defines the role of National BioEast Hub that can be that can be established in national countries and support the activity of BioEast initiative and support the mobilization of bioeconomy in national countries. Let me please to give you a brief overview about the establishment of our national BioEast Hub. Magda Wojcicka presented the offline and face-to-face kickoff meeting of the BioEast project in autumn last year. We decided to establish the national BioEast Hub of the Czech Republic right after the BioEast project launched. Here I would like to really thank for the support of Ministry of Agriculture of the Czech Republic and our NCP who supported our activity, who became a member of the steering committee of our BioEast Hub and help us to communicate and to start to initiate stakeholders. Of course, the pandemic situation makes it impossible to meet physically. So last year we had 2 online meetings with our stakeholders and also with the interministerial group. The bioeconomy is an important issue in our country, yet it's not on the top political agenda. The activity of interministerial group began in 2018. It was organized by the Ministry of Agriculture, and here our BioEast Hub and also BioEast project support the meeting, the communication. We are in touch with both Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Industry and Trade, who is responsible for the Recovery and Resilience Fund. We communicated with them the bioeconomy, our activities, and also the strategic agenda that we're working on. BioEast Hub is not a legal entity or not a legal entity yet. It was established by Agriculture Research. That's the only partner of the BioEast Hub representing the Czech Republic. Well, anybody can become a member by signing a memorandum. I would like to explain to you that BioEast Hub is not an activity that started in 2019. The other way is true. We had a lot of projects, Agriculture Research and its partner, that capitalized, that are utilized in the BioEast Hub. In the period from 2010 till 2018, we developed several projects which were based on the communication, promotion of R&D results, agriculture, food production, bioenergy. We showed a lot of videos, we did some interesting conference. We created online portals that were focused on bioenergy, of composting, of biogas station. We had some interactive media that was in 2015. At the moment, we are also developing a big project, National Competence Center, that are focused on new breeding techniques. I'm happy to see some participants of the center in this very interesting online conference. So on these activities were capitalized, we based on them when we created the BioEast Hub, because a lot of members are organizations with whom we cooperated. As I said, BioEast Hub is open to organization, everybody who seems interested. We try our best to promote our activities, to use social media. I would like to tell you about a few members. We have collective members. I'm broadcasting from the Office of Association of Research Organization. That is the only organization that unites both research and also SMEs that are active in applied research. It has been already said on this conference how research and development is important. So I'm very happy that is a member of our BioEast Hub. Likewise, the Czech technology platform Plants for Future, the new breeding techniques, and of course, the biotechnology. We have a very active member association called Zera that is focused on composting and care for composting units built in the Czech Republic. Well, the day-to-day activities is organized by a team of experts. Dr. Nedelnik is a statutory representative of agriculture research. He's responsible for the communication with our BioEast NCP, with the Ministry of Agriculture. He also represents activities of BioHub on various board meetings and, of course, with meetings with policymakers. I'm very glad that I can cooperate with member of BioEast Technology Foresight Group. Dr. Sakelaris is a colleague of mine. He helps with the development of BioEast Hub activities, as he's a member of community of Practice. He initiated the horizontal thematic working group focused on education. Magda Borzicka presented the role of communication expert team that we created in the BioEast App project that shall support the communication in national countries. My NCP, my colleague Dagmar Dalajova, is actively involved in communication via social media. We are publishing also Spravodaj as an association of research organization that we use for promotion of BioEast Hub activities. It has been said that National BioEast Hub shall support bioeconomy and, of course, bioeconomy initiative. Therefore, we structured the BioEast Hub into thematic working groups. You will hear in the later session about each BioEast Hub thematic working groups. In the Czech Republic, we create or establishing national, if you want, shadow mirror thematic working groups that can build a wider basis for discussion on the topic as forestry, agroecology, food system. I'm very happy that the Ministry of Agriculture of the Czech Republic initiated the freshwater-based bioeconomy thematic working group. However, the BioEast Hub also reflects the activities and interests of our stakeholders. I have mentioned the new breeding techniques project. We have a research institute, also Seed Association as a member of our BioEast Hub, and we have a thematic working group focused on biotechnology and new breeding techniques. I also mentioned Zera NGO. Zera is providing or developing guidelines, materials to innovate compost, to better utilize capacities of composting station in order to support the nutrition recycling. So we have a thematic working group focused on composting and bio-based recycling technology. The Association of Research Organization is developing a roadmap for applied research, for strategic priority that is reflected in thematic working groups, engineering or building materials, rubbers and plastic. Here I can also reflect back to the previous section where it was discussed how important it is to communicate to primarily SMEs the importance of bioeconomy. I am also developing some tech transfer projects that are mainly financed by national programs, and we have a few projects focused on biogas enrichment and biogas technologies. It's very true, because although these companies, we cooperate with a developer of a biogas station, although they are active, they are interested, sometimes it's difficult to, or tough or challenging, if I may say, to explain them the importance of bioeconomy, why they should be interested. This refers also to the activities of BioEast Hub. I try to picture a pyramid of 3 levels. On the stakeholder level, we try to map barriers, interests, opportunities. We provided several questionnaires with the great support of the BioEast project and our colleagues. On the national level, Dr. Nedelnik is very active within the group of research and innovation strategy development, also the group of agriculture research organization are involved in the process of agriculture research and development document for the Ministry of Agriculture. So we also, as an expert, we are asked to provide feedback for some national materials. Well, yet on the macro regional level, the coordinators of national thematic working groups are members of the BioEast thematic working groups. Well, now we're reaching to the end of the presentation. I mentioned that we have the interministerial informal group in the Czech Republic. That bioeconomy is an important issue, well, yet it's not a political priority. Therefore, we really try to support the bottom-up approach. BioEast Hub was also the first one that provided a coherent material where we summarize all national strategies and strategy priorities that were declared by various ministries, also governmental bodies that are related to bioeconomy, and we made a research pool. The aim of my presentation is to encourage, to inspire the stakeholder engagement. I'm fully aware, as Magda Borzycka mentioned, not in all countries BioEast hubs can be created. What is important is the stakeholder engagement and mobilization. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Susanna Albertini. Your presentation was incredible. I have really a lot to learn from that. We try to help to support the procedure of creation of national networks of stakeholders. We published the guidelines about how our BioEast Hub CSAS was created. These guidelines are available on the BioEast web pages in the library section. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all from me. I'm really looking forward for the discussion, and I'll be available if you need any help or any support. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Marie, for this informative presentation, and I definitely appreciate that you have kept the time. Now I would like to call Magdalena Borzeczka from Young, who will deliver a presentation on a bioeconomy platform as a tool for supporting the development of bioeconomy in Poland, as you can see on the screen already. So Magdalena, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just please confirm that apart of seeing my presentation, you can see me and you can hear me as well.
We can see you, we can hear you, and we can see also the presentation.
Great, great. That's half of the success of presentation nowadays. So I would like to talk to you a little bit more about bioeconomy platform as a tool for supporting the development of bioeconomy in Poland. We have started work on this issue several years ago. One of the projects that we were using to develop bioeconomy platform was a bioecon project, which meant to support bioeconomy strategy development in Poland. Within this project, we have worked a lot on bioeconomy issue. We had the opportunity to involve many great scientists from all over Europe to cooperate with us on this project. And one of the results of this was to build this platform. On one hand is a tool, a web tool to support the stakeholders. On the other hand, underneath it, there is a lot of people involved in a lot of cooperation with different kind of stakeholders. To build our platform, we use our contact with administration, science, business, we do very close cooperation with Council of Ministries of Republic of Poland, especially with departments for agriculture, environment, regional development, and infrastructure. We also are the institute that keeps very close cooperation with our local government, administrative authorities at various level of management. We perform a different kind of analysis for those stakeholders. We very often invite as speakers, as experts to evaluate new strategies, new documents. We also involve in our work consulting and agricultural producers, Agency for Restructurization and Modernization of Agriculture, different kind of farmers organization, agricultural chambers, business clusters. We as well, we provide them with our knowledge, with our expertise. We perform different kind of smaller and bigger projects to prove their rights. We also have very close cooperation with agricultural schools, where we teach and give a new perspective to students. We show them different opportunities. This cooperation gives us opportunity to build from the scratch the cooperation. This means that later on, when we need to work with a farmer already knows us as an institute, and it's much easier to cooperate with them. In our platform, when we think about it as a tool, we have prepared for our stakeholders things that will allow them to get easier knowledge. There is a dictionary, Polish-English dictionary, where they can find a lot of information and help with translation of words which are not always very well known in a normal day life. There is also a lexicon where we have collected a lot of different bibliography, films, brochures, contacts with to other projects. There are also tools that can be easily used, and tools that can show them what the team and institute can do for them. For example, there is DSS, Spatial Decision Support System, to evaluate bioenergy projects based on technical, economic and cartographical information. We can evaluate alternative bioenergy system. We can determine optimal size, location for biomass crop cultivation. It is very helpful for our especially local government. There is also a biomass potential map and calculator, where you can go into the region in which you are interested in and see what kind of biomass is available there and in which amount. This from start can give you the opportunity to see the possibilities of business. As I said in the last session, it is possible to start project for us, it was the first project was within within framework 6. And then we continue our work on maps and geoportal, different potentials within next projects that we achieving within Horizon 2020, and now we're starting preparation for different calls as well. So you can see several portals that were prepared by us. We started at European level, as you can see, and with calculating biomass potential, it is very important to see how deep you can go into a country. And right now, within the Europe, we are able to calculate biomass potentials in the size of NUTS 3 level, because this is how the statistical data allow us to do. But for example, in Poland, due to cooperation, close cooperation with agricultural systems, we are able to go down to farm level. So we actually know what is happening on each farm and what kind of biomass potential they can be used from each farm. For this biomass management decision support system for Poland, we have the area of 10 hectares. We know exactly the mutual relation in plant and animal production, and also we know the need for soil maintenance. The model take into account the structure of crop production and also a map of agroclimate and soil conditions. And for our calculation and the results of it, it's always the biomass considered that can be used for non-agricultural purposes, and it will not impact production of potential or increase it. Here is example of technical potential of straw and technical potential of straw. First one is which is available for theory, and then after reduction for soil needs, climate conditions, we can see how much straw is available in a specific area. As I mentioned before, we work and are able to proceed maps for different stakeholders. As you can see here, there are different projects which were prepared for different stakeholders. For example, one of them is for our region, where we could support our government to take decision on building new biomass plant, biogas plant in the region. We also support partners with using all the tools to prepare analysis for energy models for local area. And here we were supporting the partners of energy cluster to set up strategic map for the region, how and where and in which amount they should use and produce energy to become independent region of energy. So as I mentioned before, our knowledge gained through different projects now is used for national platform for bioenergy strategy, for BioEast App project, where we have a good collaboration at national level with our stakeholders. We work closely with policymakers, we work closely with researchers, rural facilitators, business. So this kind of work allows us to be efficient, and we also try to share our knowledge and possibilities of cooperation with our partners within BioEast App project, which, as you know, it's to support BioEast App initiative. So I think for now this is all. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer your questions if any will be raised during our time later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magdalena. And this platform of yours is definitely an excellent tool, and thank you for introducing it. Now, the next presentation is on the Slovak bioeconomy cluster, and the presentation will be delivered by Katarina Bliklingova, the director of the bioeconomy cluster of Slovakia. Katarina, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Just please tell me if you can see my screen.
Yes, I confirm.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present our cluster, our activities, and what we basically do for bioeconomy development in Slovakia, but also at international level. My name is Katarina Bliklingova, and I'm representing Slovak Bioeconomy Cluster. The topic of my presentation is innovation, cooperation, and opportunities. And I will go through all these, let's say, buzzwords that are in my topic, and how are we trying to deal with this in our meaning. In the beginning, just a few words about who we are, who is Bioeconomy Cluster. We are still, I would say, quite young cluster, established in 2015. And we have different types of members. I mean, we have founding members, which are composed mainly of advisory companies and a food company. Then we have regular, let's call it, members, which are represented mainly by SMEs. For now, we are working mainly in the agri-food field, but we are open to any types of bio-based stakeholders, and we are happy to work with anyone who is dealing with natural resources or with bioeconomy as such. And we also have strategic members in our cluster, which are represented by Agriculture University, but National Agricultural and Food Research Center, and also by education and other types of partners. What are basically our competencies, or what we do? What are our main activities? We, of course, as a cluster, cooperation is the main part of our work. So we do a lot of networking, especially linking business with R&D. We are trying to bring solutions from research to practice. We are involved in international projects, so we are quite well. We have experience in project management, also in transfer of knowledge. And also we are engaged in policies. We try to contribute to policies related to bioeconomy at national and also European level. Also, cross-sectoral cooperation is very important for us, and also inter-cluster collaboration, which of course helps to strengthen cross-sectoral links, because we work with clusters in Slovakia in different topics, and we share our knowledge, and this for sure helps to strengthen these links. What does it mean, complementary types of knowledge? We are now, don't be so scared, but we are now 9 people working for the cluster. But this includes also students. We also have some senior experts, and those who have big experience working for example, World Bank or USDA. We have people with PhD degree. We have very experienced project managers. So we are now a big team of people, but not everybody is working full time for the cluster. But this large number of people stems especially from the fact that we are involved in many projects, and we need some project managers for these projects. As you can see, we hold a bronze label of ESCA, and we are now aiming for the silver one, because we have been awarded with this bronze for 2 times. So we should now look for another advancement and to get the silver one. So I hope we will get it soon. The topic of this whole session is what is the role of clusters in bioeconomy development. So I put one slide why clusters are important from my point of view. I think that the big role of clusters is that they can involve different types of stakeholders. They are based on triple helix and they really contribute to regional development, to innovative thinking, and also to participatory and collaborative approach. Clusters are driven by open innovation. It means that we often, I mean, not just we people in the cluster, but all of our members join forces and work together on different types of new ideas, because I think collaboration is the main aspect here, that together we can create much more or better results than doing it individually. We have access to different types of stakeholders, and we can see the whole picture. It means that we work with SMEs, where we can see their needs. We can see how do they behave on the market. We are often using consumer-centric approaches to also involve the ideas from consumers in case of production companies. We do a lot of matchmaking, so we really are networkers, and we link different types of actors in the environment. And clusters are important for their capacities and skills, because we are very good coordinators, managers. We are good networkers, integrators, communicators, and you can add much more characteristics. That's why I put 3 dots in here, because we have all these skills in-house, and we can work successfully with all these skills. So back to us, back to bioeconomy cluster. I'm getting back to my topic of my presentation, which was innovation, cooperation, and opportunities. So I'd like to say a few words. How do we in bioeconomy cluster promote innovation? One of our activities in this respect is that we are right now creating or launching and testing our own voucher scheme, which was inspired by international projects, especially by InnoSubs from Horizon 2020. Even though we have not yet been involved in any InnoSub project that was approved, we were only in some proposals, which were very good and very get very good evaluation, but were not successful. But we get inspiration here, and we are now trying to test our own voucher scheme, through which we provide small amount of money to cooperation of SMEs with research. We, through innovation audit, we identify the needs of SMEs or challenges they face, and we are trying to find appropriate expert or relevant expert who could help to solve this problem. The amount of money we provide to this type of collaboration is not big. It's around 1,000 or 2,000 euros. It's just maybe for the startup of this cooperation. But we already now have some good results, because we are now implementing 3 of such vouchers, let's call it, or testing 3 of such vouchers, and all of them are turning into real projects, because we have now in Slovakia a call for EIP operational groups, and all these cooperations turned into operational groups, and seems that if they will be successful, they will get the money to work further on this idea that they developed within this voucher support. And then within innovation, we are also learning to new tools and methods. I was not able to join this event early from the morning, because I was in a mentoring session where we were taught by German experts, and we work with design thinking method. And we used many other methods for innovation of business models. So this is where we try to improve our skills and our competencies to be able to provide then better services to our members. I put one statement on this slide, which is clusters are ready to introduce ambitious world-class and unique solutions. And here I mean that there is a lot of knowledge in the cluster. I don't mean here that the knowledge is on the shoulders of the management, but the knowledge is really inside. It means that the SMEs hold this knowledge, and if they are able and willing to share it among each other, I think we can bring really good results and really good solutions. Then cooperation. Why is it important and why is it essential for our cluster? Here are some examples from our cluster. We promote cross-cluster cooperation, as I mentioned in the beginning. Last year, there's a first pilot call launched for clusters, because previously clusters in Slovakia didn't get so much support. But now there is a call which was actually a result of intercluster cooperation, because we some of successful Slovak clusters get together, discussed with the Ministry of Economy, and the result was that there is this first pilot call to support skills, to support capacities in clusters, to support management. And this is a perfect tool that will be, in our case, used to develop further our cluster, to strengthen our membership base and our activities. Another example of cooperation is national platform AgroBioFood Nitra, which was established by three partners. It's Bioeconomy Cluster, Slovak University of Agriculture, and National Agricultural and Food Center. And this platform is another example of cooperation. Through this platform, we are engaged in a big consortium at the European level for food, nutrition, and health research infrastructure, where we are aiming to become part of the ESPRI roadmap. We are dealing here with collection of data from consumers on nutrition, on health issues. So I hope it will be also successful, and we will get to the roadmap, and we will be able to work with some other partners at international level. We, as Bioeconomy Cluster, are members in different working groups at national and also European level, which brings us not only new partnerships, but also new knowledge that we can transfer to our members. And as I said, we are also member in 4 international projects, especially in Interrex, but we are from October last year running also one Horizon 2020 project, which is quite a success for us. Here again, one statement: clusters prove to ensure cooperation across entire value chain. It means, I think this proved especially during coronavirus pandemic. And if you follow the work of ECA, European Clusters Alliance, they have some really good examples or proofs that clusters could help to fight with the pandemic. They were able to gather people or stakeholders from all stages, let's say, of value chain, and could bring really good results. What about the opportunities? The opportunities can be different for each cluster. From my point of view, I can get back to the work of ECA, which was quite enabling or pushing even clusters to become strong players in green transition, and also in digitalization, and also in regional development. So this is where I can see the future role of clusters as well. In our case also, we have in Slovakia draft recovery plan, which is called Modern and Successful Slovakia, where clusters are also involved or mentioned, at least, in science research and innovation pillar, where clusters are seen as a new support tools, and some financial support for innovation clusters is envisaged here as well. Then smart specialization is another important topic, and we have a domain healthy food and environment, where also clusters are actively engaged. Clusters, not only our cluster, but others were engaged in entrepreneurial discovery process. And this is also a good, very positive signal that clusters are becoming recognized at national level. And in terms of policy support, for sure, clusters can provide a lot of data, can contribute to strategies development, and in this respect, I think that clusters can or should receive more trust and responsibility and power in policy implementations. It means that we could act as implementing agencies, getting some amount of money that could be, for example, through vouchers or through other measures and other schemes, be distributed, of course, transparently to companies, and in this way, clusters could help also with policy and implementation of various tools at national levels. So that's basically all from my side. I'm happy to be here today, really, and I'm looking forward to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Katarina. It was great, especially that we have learned these details. Now we have the fourth, and I can say last but not least, the presentation on the role of the Latvian food bioeconomy cluster. And our presenter is Kristaps Ročans. So I would like to pass the word to you. I can see you at the moment.
I'm sorry, I'm Irina Kulitāne, and I am the one who is going to give presentation on Latvian food bioeconomy cluster instead of Kristaps.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can I share my screen?
Of course, please do that.
Thank you. So, can you see it now? Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, dear organizers and dear participants. Thank you for invitation. My name is Irina Kulitāne, and I'm replacing board member Kristaps, but I have been involved in the development of clusters since its initial start, and my company also is member of the cluster. Latvian food bioeconomy cluster is developed to boost regional knowledge-based bioeconomy innovation ecosystem, and we are doing that in hand with the regional public authority, Vidzemes plānošanas reģions or Vidzeme planning region. And in 2019, we jointly developed a plan aimed to create and strengthen this innovation ecosystem with profile on bioeconomy. Our cluster is a triple helix cluster since its beginning, and we are proud to say that it is one of the most developed and internationally active bioeconomy clusters in the Baltic countries. Luckily, other clusters also are developing very well in the same field, and we are cooperating with them closely. The vision of the cluster is to become a key food bioeconomy innovation hub in Latvia. And as you see, our main objectives are promotion of sustainable production, processing, and consumption of healthy, high quality and safe food. And here we have to work with producers, processors, and society in general. The second objective is promote development of bioeconomy innovations in food production and processing companies. Of course, companies do it by themselves, but we are in great help to bridge them, to link them, and to provide necessary knowledge, as well to promote scientific and industrial cooperation, both locally, nationally, and internationally, in different combinations among companies themselves, with companies and research institutes, technology centers, and thus to achieve our objectives. We have 5 priority areas, as you can see on your screen: product and technology development, sustainable food production, networking and knowledge transfer, internationalization, and development of the regional food bioeconomy innovation ecosystem. And all our efforts, of course, are concentrated on those priority areas. Here you can see shortly who are members. I just want to say that we are well represented by research institutes, also food companies, mainly processors. Just few of them are producers. Like agriculture is less our profile, but not excluded. As well, we have public authority Vidzeme planning region, which has been initial founder of the cluster, and also companies not directly involved in food issues, but providing assistance to companies in terms of technological development, project management, and so on. The initial development of our cluster started in 2010. We are already 11 years old or young. And here you can see the whole process, how it went since 2010. Initially, we were just an informal cooperation network. In 2013, we made a cooperation agreement with 32 network participants, mainly food processors. In 2015, we established cluster as a legal body or legal organization. It was named Latvian High Added Value and Healthy Food Cluster. And in 2016, we got a Cluster Management Excellence Bronze Award. And in 2020, we decided to transform our legal status and also orientation and focus. And since 2020, we are Latvian Food Bioeconomy Cluster with 15 full members from industry, research and technological development, and public sector. What we do, and I know the interest was what are our plans, and I will try to mix our already implemented and planned activities. The one field is product and technology development, and it's ongoing or is implemented through encouragement and promotion and provision of cooperation among involved companies and also among companies within the cluster with external stakeholders. We are organizing internal new product development workshops, as well different knowledge exchange and development activities. And at the next week, our companies will take part in the food hackathon, international food hackathon, organized within the project Connected by BioBoard, where companies, together with companies from Sweden, from Estonia, and Finland, will discuss different food challenges related to alternative proteins and functional foods, and will work on new products and business models, how to achieve their individual targets through joint activities. This is what we stress significantly and pay a great attention, that we are really searching for needs and interests of our companies and trying to reflect appropriately by giving them exactly that knowledge and expertise they are requiring. Maybe that's the reason why the number of companies is not very large in our cluster, but companies are strongly motivated and they are really interested and satisfied with with the service they get. Networking and knowledge transfer. Companies are visiting each other and are getting acquainted with services and technologies they are providing, and we know that if someone would like to go into any food production company, probably doors would be closed individually, except you have very personal contacts, as companies are keeping in secret what they do. But within the clusters, there is a trustful environment where companies are sharing their expertise and secrets so far, or as far as they are ready to do. No one is pushed to do that, but again, these benefits are significant and companies appreciate these activities. And also we are organizing visits to research institutes and universities nationally and internationally to get acquainted with what facilities research institutes can offer, what services they can offer, how it would help companies to develop products and services they are going to develop and provide. Internationalization, we are cooperating with very diverse clusters and organizations throughout Europe. Our key partners are in Denmark, Sweden, Finland, where companies have visited them several times with different purposes: food technologies, food packagings, as you can see on the slide, organic drinks producers. Some years ago, our companies went to France for seeing cider apple production and cider production process. So again, coming back to what I just said, that we are looking what companies need and trying to organize visits and contacts which would help them significantly. Regarding the development of the regional bioeconomy innovation ecosystem, of course, it's a very complex process, as ecosystem consists of stakeholders, of facilities, of systems functioning or missing within the ecosystem. It involves private and public sector, and therefore it is very important that not only cluster board members or key persons who are in charge of the cluster, but also members, enterprises themselves are putting on the table issues significant for the food industry, and with focus of technological development and innovation. And that's one way we are doing things. Also, the cluster jointly with Vidzeme Planning Region, we are organizing bioeconomy forums. We already have held 2 such in the last years. International bioeconomy forums I would like to mention. We are inviting experts from other countries, being able to provide high-level expertise in thematics, being subject of interest for the regional stakeholders. And thus we are bringing knowledge to the region, as well encouraging and motivating cooperation regionally and internationally. And I would like to emphasize that this action plan, we have regional action plan for Vidzeme region, where our cluster was initially located, but now we are doing our activities in a more broad area. But also we have a joint action plan for several Baltic Sea regions, where Finland, Poland, Estonia, Norway, those countries are involved, and we have a plan what we are encouraged and would like to do in order to promote bioeconomy innovation in our separate regions and jointly. Besides all of that, I would like to say that in 2021 we are involved in several Baltic Sea region, Interreg program region funded projects, as well in Horizon funded projects, together with Vidzeme Planning Region or a single organization in projects related to increase of biomass value stream utilization, using side streams from production and other areas which again are subject of interest of our companies. So that, I see my time is over. So it's very shortly about what we do, and if you are interested to cooperate with us or would like to present interesting ideas where we would be useful, thank you very much. We are open for that.
Thank you, Irina. It was great that you could jump in for Kristaps. Now we have arrived to the roundtable discussion. Basically, we have 20 minutes, and we are back to the original time frame. I would like to ask you to switch on your cameras. I mean, those who will participate in this roundtable discussion, the presenters, and if someone would like to raise a question, then please raise your hand at first, and then, of course, you can switch on your camera as well if you wish, and you can ask your question directly. At the moment, I cannot see any questions or comments in the chat box, so I would like to encourage all the participants to be shy and ask directly. But while you are thinking, I would like to have my first question. We know that the bioeconomy development in the Central and Eastern European countries is basically lagging behind the Western European countries. And how much time do you think it will take to catch up with them, and what special efforts need to be taken in order to catch up faster than what you see at the moment? Who would like to be the first one? Okay, Marie, please.
Thank you very much for this question. I don't want to create a false impression. I really like that. I have been thinking about it. How long? Victoria, I'm sorry, I don't know the answer. Maybe the second part, what to be done? Communicate, mobilize, explain, they show the good practice of Western countries. This is what I'm trying to do in our country. I'm trying to translate into the Czech language some projects, give stakeholders the opportunity to participate in surveys or other projects, inform them about the European strategy, and try to explain to them how this might affect their day-to-day activities. For example, the composting that I have already discussed, the need to modify the legislation that can be done as it is one of the policy of the European Commission. But I hope that it could be sooner than later, but I really don't know. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Magdalena, please.
Yes, I would like to also add to it one important thing, that as much money as we can mobilize, it will increase the speed of implementation of bioeconomy in our countries. It's of course very important to teach stakeholders, farmers, businesses about the possibility, but also they have to be supported, because this is one of the main reasons why we are behind Western European countries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I haven't seen who was the next one, but maybe Katarina, please, and then Irina.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm also not so brave to give you the date when we will catch up with Western European countries, but for sure they are far away from us and they are improving every day. So for us, it's going to be really hard to catch up with, because they are also not standing on one point and they are better every day. So it's going to be difficult. But anyway, what we need is definitely awareness. To start with awareness from younger generation with SMEs, because in Slovakia, maybe it's also the case of other Eastern European countries, the terminology is still not so clear. And maybe some of the companies do not know that they are doing bioeconomy, even though they are. And also I discussed this with one expert from Czech Republic. Maybe some of the colleagues will know her. It's Pavla Břuskova. That when we want to translate this bioeconomy or bio-based, it's always quite difficult to put it in our languages and to make people understand this. So this is another point. And also there should be some interest from regional government or from national government to put efforts in bioeconomy to develop it further. It's also important to have this kind of support. It doesn't have to be financial support, but maybe strategical or political support, that it's important for our country, and we have resources, we have what we need for it. We just have to work together and develop it further.
Thank you. Irina?
Thank you. I also agree with colleagues that it's not known when we will catch the most progressive ones, but the good thing is that we are not frozen, that we are in the move, we are continuing moving. But talking about what kind of support is necessary, besides supporting instruments, which already are, some instruments are in the place, some more would be welcomed very much. But these instruments and support measures should be more fast and quick, because sometimes policy and decision making takes months and years before bioeconomy stakeholders, companies can start to do something. And when they start, that again, some changes are proposed, and these processes should be faster, as companies, when something is given as an opportunity, it's too late for us. We are again behind the train. So if to push and to encourage decision-making process and instrument implementation process as well. Those instruments should be more simple. Companies should concentrate on activities and results of business, but not on policy results. And this is what sometimes is missing very much in this whole process. But in general, it's very well appreciated that bioeconomy is in our agendas nationally and regionally, and this supports those companies who do activities in any field of bioeconomy. Thank you.
Thank you. Magdalena, it's your turn, and then Marie. We can't hear you at the moment,
Yeah,
or
sorry.
you just have left your hand raised.
I did not
cannot hear you.
hand. No, I did not.
No.
Sorry. I think like all the rest. I'm not sure.
Okay. And Marie, please.
Okay, so I put the hand down not to be confusing. Thank you very much, Victoria. Well, I was looking into the chat, and there's a nice question of Marcus Littenhofer, who is a national coordinator of the Celebio project. I'm very glad that we can cooperate and we can discuss. I really like the question of his that there is an unclear vision. Yes, that's very true. And the very inspiring discussion of today's session brings me also the ongoing discussions that we have had with my colleagues here in the Czech Republic, that there is maybe a different way, different kind of understanding. What does it mean, cooperative governance? What does it mean to create policy? How stakeholders are involved in policy? And it's not only related to bioeconomy, it's related to history, it's related to the culture, it's related to the accountability of policymakers. And I must say that I'm really glad that BioEast initiative was formed. And I hope that by working together, countries from Central and Eastern Europe that are similar, maybe in a history, or of course they have similar history, they have similar maybe way of thinking. People face similar problems when talking to politics, when talking about strategy, what strategy means, which brings me this discussion that we have here. Is it a piece of paper or it's something that you want to implement? Which set with, is this indicators? Do you set indicators simply because there are to be indicators set, or do you want to measure them to show the performance? And therefore, it's not only about bioeconomy, it's maybe some transformation that our countries are still going on. So makes the situation maybe more complicated, but thanks for the cooperation, thanks to the initiative and thanks to the projects that can help us to, again, explain, mobilize. Even though I must also say that from some of our activities, we face the situation that my stakeholders of the BioEast are telling me, but yes, the ministry says something. It's a long process. They don't want to listen. It's not very open. That's all true. I have just, therefore we go through the bottom-up approach. Thank you very much for this question and for the discussion.
Yeah. Thank you. I was really glad to see this comment in the chat box on behalf of Marcus, because actually my related next question was about your vision. How do you see the future through the lenses of your clusters, for example? So basically we have already gotten to this topic, but maybe if you have a vision for, let's say, 2040, then what is it? Do you have, or maybe you think of the next future, a few years ahead, and we focus on to allocate as many resources to bioeconomy as possible, to allocate as much funds as possible, or do we have some strategic goals in our head, or do you have that in your mind regarding your clusters and regarding the whole bioeconomy of your countries and the macro region, of course, because we are supposed to talk about the macro region as well. Magdalena, please.
I think for our region it is very important, and I think the vision, it is possible to increase, and our governments are starting to be aware of the problem of missing the strategic agendas and strategic concept for bioeconomy. But within BioEast project, we have mobilized several ministries. We have talked to those people regularly, and we are talking. We still have some time to do it. In Poland, I can say that with the last 6 years of our work within bioeconomy strategy development, we have encouraged ministry, and more often there is more meetings organized by them, and they are more aware, more knowledge is transferred to them, so it will increase the possibility of obtaining the goal of the project, of the initiative. So I'm really looking, and I'm sure about it, that we will continue our work further on with great cooperation of our colleagues and partners who are very much involved in mobilizing the ministries, the colleagues, people like Marie, who volunteer many times to encourage people working. So I'm sure about the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Irina, please.
Thank you. Our vision of our cluster is to become a key bioeconomy innovation hub in Latvia, as it was said in my presentation, and this is our vision. And we really think that we have all preconditions for that, as we have a vast and huge amount of natural resources which make create background for bioeconomy activities, and we rely on that. Of course, what we need more knowledge. And for that, we work together with other stakeholders nationally and internationally. Like, for example, we would be happy to see a small biorefinery pilot plants where companies can pilot products and technologies in an easy and financially feasible way. And that's we are concentrating our efforts on. And also, we are very satisfied that our country, Latvia, already has this bioeconomy strategy, which is giving us political base and background for activities we do. We will need a lot of funds, we will need a lot of human resources, and but we know how to go to this target bioeconomy innovation hub. Step by step, and our approach is to do it step by step, slowly, not to jump and not to create something huge and something what we cannot grasp immediately and manage by ourselves, but to do it gradually. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. Now I can see two hands. At first, Lapka Miroslav, and then Markus Dettenhofer. So please take the word. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
Can I comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, this is Marcus. Yeah, this is an important discussion. I made a comment in the chat about...
Oh, wait. At first, Lapka Miroslav was in, but there was a problem, or there is still a problem with the voice.
Is it better now? Is it
now it's somewhat better. Sorry, okay. Marcus. Then.
Sorry. Yeah. I try to be short. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, and I have a short remark, maybe a short comment. I'm hearing about the limited competencies of all of these platforms, hub, clusters. What about these competencies? In fact, we are able to networking, to encourage people, to sharing information, to do it bottom-up approach. But in fact, what is missing from my point of view, it's a real financial power. Yeah, we have no there is no, you know, there is no financial power. We have no possibility to financially support some good initiatives, some good examples, yeah, of bioeconomy and so. And it seems to me that it's a great barrier in terms of how long it takes time to be on the level like Western countries in terms of bioeconomy. I am a member of the Power for Bio from University of South Bohemia, and it's our practical, let me say, it's our practical experience of this. So, what's your opinion? Thank you very much.
Maybe if I
thank you for your comment. And now, Marcus, please, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you very much. Yeah, nice discussion. Just to follow up on my note on the idea of articulating a vision, one of the things, or one of the sort of pitfalls I think about forming these types of visions, especially in something new like bioeconomy for many of the member states, is that we or country leaders may tend to follow others. So for instance, we may look at different bioeconomy approaches in, let's say, Finland or Germany, which are very different. One is forest-based, one is chemical-based. You can look around in different places, and they're somewhat focused on different areas in general. And the issue for these member states, the Central and Eastern European member states, and for any of them, is that they have to address the uniqueness of their country and sort of really know who they are in order to address their particular unique positional strengths, and then envision that opportunity. I think there's that challenge, is that rather than, let's say, leading in this, we look for followers, or the member states look for followers, but there may not be just the right model. So that leads to a little bit of muddling, let's say, of something. And I think the follow-up on the previous comments is about the policy and about money. And I want to just go a little bit deeper on this, is that it seems as though for the countries that that I know in Central Eastern Europe, the economics question, meaning where are we going to generate a profit, is one of the only determinants for deciding on policy. And the bioeconomy is more encompassing in both economy, social, environmental, and it becomes a much more complex discussion. And in particular, if this sort of profit model is not as clear for them, there's not a political impetus to implement it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now, as our time is basically almost over, we have one sentence for Marie and one for Irina, as they have already raised their hands. And yeah, maybe I can see Katarina as well. So yes, a short comment or a short additional thought on this. Marie.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Sorry for interrupting earlier. I really like your question. What is my vision? Again, to mobilize stakeholders to be able to get to the level where bioeconomy is known, to help my stakeholders, people who are interested, maybe not stakeholders and members of the BioETAP yet, but who will be, that's my vision, to enlarge the members, to help them to do innovative projects, focus on bioeconomy. And because I'm not a political body, so I cannot influence policy, I can go and utilize the bottom-up approach. So my stakeholders, my colleagues will ask the ministry the right question, will tell them about the importance of bioeconomy, and to hopefully influence the policymakers in the future, in the coming years, in favor for bioeconomy by showing them how it can practically help. Thank you again for this question and for the discussion.
Thank you very much. Irina, please.
Thank you. My comment is as an answer to what just Marcus said, that yeah, profit issue, it's very significant when it comes to economies, but several sub-industries of bioeconomy have proved ability to produce products and services which are very profitable, like organic grain, products from organic grain, or products from organic protein, beans and peas, and they are having a high possibility for export. And this is maybe something what should be analyzed a little bit in depth in each country, particularly in Latvia. What is added value of such producers? Sometimes it's less, but sometimes it's very high in terms of national economy and profit. Thank you.
Thank you. And Katarina, final word, please.
Yes, I just shortly wanted to contribute to this debate on our vision. I think that the most important thing for us for the future is to be sustainable and to be here in, let's say, 10 or 20 years, and to keep on being visible as an actor which is able to bring together companies, which are, I think, the main driving force of our economy. And for this purpose, we have to bring them services that they appreciate, that they find tangible, and they find worth to stay in the cluster because they feel that they have benefits. So we have to keep on working with the companies and bring them some added value. That's basically what we want to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for being here and sharing your knowledge and interesting thoughts about your clusters and the bioeconomy in your countries. That was it for this session. I hope to see you all in the next one. We will meet at 12:15. Okay, so please stay tuned for the last session of today, and then we will continue. Just a short break. Thank you and see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to continue. It's 12:15, so we shall start session 5, which is on the role of the temporary working groups in boosting the regional bioeconomies in the Central and Eastern European countries. In this session, which is a little bit longer than the previous one was, we have 6 presentations, or let me check again. Yes, 6 altogether. So I would like to ask whether Jose Matos is here with us. So can you start?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're here. Great. We can see you. So basically, this first presentation by Jose is on the role of SCAR. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
And are you listening well?
Absolutely.
Can you? Okay. So first of all, good morning from this end, good afternoon everywhere else. And I would like to thank the invitation to this presentation, and I would like to congratulate the organization for this wonderful event, and to congratulate also the previous speakers for very useful and interesting presentations. So I'm going to talk about the role of SCAR in boosting the regional bioeconomies in Central and Eastern European countries. So SCAR was established in '74, but it was relaunched in 2005, and has grown to be a good and useful source of advice on European agriculture and on the wider bioeconomy research. It's a major catalyst for the coordination of national research programs, and it currently represents 37 different countries, being the members of ministries or other organizations such as research councils from all EU member states, with candidate and associate countries as observers. So this is the...
sorry for interrupting, but we can still see the cover page. It's not moving. Something needs to be done.
Okay, so I don't know what can be done. Hold on. Let me see if I. Which page are you seeing now?
the cover page plus all the others on the link side. So maybe the slide mode should be used.
The what? Sorry.
The slide mode. Now it's moving. Now we can see the second.
It's moving. So can you see it now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So as I said, so do you see the another slide
yes.
now? Okay. So this, as I said, it's now 37 countries, and this is the on the top. You can see the website address where you can get all this further information. And so we have decisions on the top, a decisions level, which is the plenary meeting of SCAR, which is oversight by the SCAR steering group, and of course with the help of the Secretariat. And then you have the implementation where you have the foresight group, strategic and collaborative working groups, and some ad hoc working groups or task force. And the outputs, which are also updated with it was the Horizon 2020, now Horizon Europe, and some other funding and important plans and outputs for the SCAR. So let's talk about the plenary meeting. The plenary meeting brings together the delegates from all member states, candidate member states, and associated to the European Union. And it's the governing body, so it's deciding on the creation or dedicating working groups and any other initiative proposed by the Commission or the SCAR steering group. For example, now it's being discussed and implemented another working group on agroecology. And so we are in the phase of getting people getting together around this group. And it drafts policy papers prepared by smaller working groups, which are then discussed in the plenary, that then decides on the further actions. Now, on the right-hand side, the foresight group. The foresight group is one of the SCAR's main activities in horizon scanning through foresight studies. The foresight group governs the execution of relevant studies, and the activities may include the review of other ongoing studies, scenario building, research prioritization, or also to organize meetings, seminars, conference, or publicize the outcomes. So we talk about two types of groups, the collaborative working groups and the strategic working groups. The collaborative groups have been an important instrument, and each of them is a forum where members wish to discuss matters of common interest in a specific research area. And the strategic working groups have focused on formulating research policy advice on issues such as bioeconomy, fisheries, acquis, food system, forest, and arch. And I'm going to talk about a little bit of any of them. So if you go to the SCAR website, you will find from top to bottom, you will find information about the SCAR in itself, about all the groups like acquis, which is Agriculture Knowledge Innovation System, and the ARCH, and further on acquis, and the bioeconomy, SCARfish, or forest. So all these issues have a specific group for discussing, and I will talk a bit more about of course, the bioeconomy group. And also the food system group and the animal health and welfare and sustainable animal production. So all this you can find in the website information. So you just have to click on, for example, collaborative working groups, and you have each column with the ARCH, acquis, bioeconomy, fish, food system, forest, and either you are redirected to the website or you can download and read documents and know of events and get the contacts, etc. Okay. Oh, so and if you click on the collaborative working groups, you also see information about sustainable animal production and animal health and welfare research. Okay. Now, also here you can find in the middle of this slide you will find the email address, and you can download or read important documents such as the foresight reports or information from the European Commission about certain important regulations. Considering, depending on which subject you are most interested in, you can find here a lot of documentation that might be useful for you. So you can also find for each of the working groups, you can find a flyer where you can find the contacts and the mission and the main important features of this, and it can be very helpful when you want to get in touch with any of the groups. Now, this slide just shows what the communication is about. So in the center, you've got SCAR, and you have all these tasks to improve quality of outputs and outcomes, a more strategic policy advice, communication, dissemination of the activities, broaden the participation. And you see that this is useful for a lot of different groups, stakeholders, for the member states, for the European Commissions, for the SCAR working groups, but also for associated states and member states. So you can have a lot of support from and a lot of help from SCAR. Also, there's this newsletter which is published on a regular basis, and you can subscribe and receive it in your email. In the website, you can also find the latest features. For example, here on the left-hand side, you have the Berlin Declaration, which is a very recent document, and it's important to read because it reflects a lot of what's being done in the most recent foresight study. Also, SCAR is about sharing national strategies for bioeconomy. So here you have the documentation from the national strategy in Ireland, in France, Italy, and Germany. And SCAR has been organizing quite a few regional meetings where you have people from all the countries, some that have got their strategy implemented a long time ago, some of them that are implementing them now. And we can share experiences and we can gain a lot from listening to the path that other countries have done. And there's certainly a good help in attending these meetings. Specifically on the bioeconomy strategic working group, you can be redirected to their site and see what they're doing and use their experience. And I'm going to show you a couple of slides that has recently been presented on the by Alexandros Theodoridis, which I thank for giving me these slides. And that has been presented in workshops with the objectives of this group. So to provide advice on the creation of the national strategic plans for the reformed common agriculture policy, exchange best practices for the inclusion of bioeconomy in the creation of these national strategic plans during workshop, policy document with recommendation and best practice examples as a deliverable, and 2 rounds of questionnaires with the group to collect best practice synthesis paper of first round circulated. So all this, some of this, for example, in this year, we have been briefed on some of this from some of the speakers yesterday. So it's a set of indicators for biomonitoring of the bioeconomy, like support identification of indicators for the bioeconomy monitoring adapted to the needs of the member states, and with the support from the JRC in development of a set of indicators for bioeconomy. So these are very important indicators that are being also set up by the SCAR bioeconomy group. And so the plans for 2021 is collaboration with BBI and CBE, SRG on at least one of the following topics: strategic actions for the implementation of action plan on the European Union bioeconomy strategy, strategic actions for bioeconomy in the frame of EGD, stronger involvement of primary producers in the bioeconomy, and input of the mapping of national activities. I would like to call your attention for within the European strategy for the bioeconomy. We should have articulated and common policies. We should share experiences and knowledge from what we know and what has worked and what has not worked in each country. We must understand that science innovation is key. And very important message I wanted to leave is that we need the engagement of all stakeholders. Bioeconomy is industry from all sectors, but also from the consumer. The consumer choices are important to implement a bioeconomy. Bioeconomy is important for every type of company, global, local, small, medium enterprises, micro enterprises. So everybody has to be involved. And the more we get involved with the SCAR and economy, the stronger the voice of SCAR and the more important it is and the easier it is for each country to have their strategy designed and implemented. So my strong advice is to every single country to get represented in SCAR and to have a voice there and to make your difficulties, your examples heard. And this is my last slide. And I just want to thank you once more. And I am then open to any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose. It was a great overview of SCAR. Thank you for keeping the time as well. And now I would like to pass the word over to Biljana Kolisic, who will talk about the role of the bioenergy TVG. Biljana, are you here with us?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I hear you, and I can see you as well, but on the screen it's
Jose has to move his presentation. Yes.
Yes, Jose, would you please? Yeah, now we can see full screen.
Thank you. Yeah. So I will share my screen. Hopefully the right one. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for having me today at this second part of the conference. I will start presenting one of the 5 thematic working groups from BioEast initiative that was already announced in the several presentations from before. And this pleasant noise that you can hear in my background, they are changing the roof in my building, so I cannot do anything about it. So just bear with me. So to say, one of the 5 thematic working groups within the BioEast initiative is the TGE, bioenergy and new value added materials, meaning the new value added materials that originate from bioenergy production. So we are thinking about digestate, ash, CO2, residual heat, and similar. The coordination goes to the Croatian Ministry of Agriculture with the General Secretary that you have heard yesterday, and colleagues Andrea Martonja-Hitrec, Doris Komerički, which is NCP BioEast in Croatia, and the role is coordination and support, while Energy Institute Hrvoje Požar, that's my entity where I am employed, is providing the expert support. So the timeline was that the Croatia has expressed its ambition to lead the TVG in February 2019. And by October 2019, we had 7 out of 11 countries giving their consent. And at this time, we have established ourselves in October 2019 in Sopron, Hungary. And at this moment, we have 11 delegates. We have delegates from all member countries of BioEast initiative. So this is the happy moment when we were established in Sopron. And bioenergy and bioeconomy, it's something that, well, it's not an attractive, not to lie, it's not an attractive topic anymore. And people dislike what I have the impression that current researchers and activists and stakeholders in bioeconomy kind of like push away bioenergy in bioeconomy, and by doing that, actually, it is a large chunk of biomass demand has been blind spotted, so neglected, and it is very important to acknowledge what is the place of bioenergy in bioeconomy and how to deal with that, because we are promoting the cascading use of biomass and bioenergy in any of graphs you can see here on the right, on the left. You can see from 2014 to 2021, it is always the same, that the energy goes at the end of the cascade as a low value, the last thing to do with precious biomass. However, what is very important to understand that it is indeed low value because energy has to be affordable to all of us. So it can't bring you much profit or money as a bioenergy producer, but it's a bulk. So it is a large sector of large biomass demand. I will tell you that, for instance, in Croatia, small country, but there are more small countries, small economies in BioEast initiative than large ones. And for example, our larger biomass contractor, I would say, from wood industry is about 100,000 tons, cubic meters of biomass in contract. And the biorefinery that is planned for the second generation biofuel and which we much needed, mandated at the Renewable Energy Directive of 50,000 tons of biofuels requires 300 tons of biomass. So in order for Croatia to fill up this mandated goal for biofuels in 2030, we would need 5 of these type of these biorefinery. And imagine one biorefinery, which we need 5, which is so large that is 3 times the large. So that's very important to highlight these relations between what is the demand for energy sector and demand for bio, and not to forget, and that's why I'm highlighting, okay, I understand it's not attractive anymore, it has passed its peak time of desirability, bioenergy sector, but it's very important to highlight that bioeconomy, including the EU Green Deal, is consisted of different policy areas. And here, bioeconomy is merging with the clean energy package policy area, where we need to decarbonize transport. And this decarbonization of transport, it's not only electricity, you cannot just electrify everything. So one point of this share of renewables in transport will have to come from biofuels, from first generation biofuels, because what we are not going to shut it down. What we already have, production, and we need more because the technology at this moment is not there to give us any, at least by 2030, to give us new options. So the only mandated use in bioeconomy by 2030 are biofuels in transport. So meaning that if a country does not meet the renewable energy share in transport by 2030, the country will be penalized. So it is not hard thing to do to turn the blind eye and to reject bioenergy from bioeconomy. It is very important to acknowledge this demand, and this is what we are trying to do in our bioenergy thematic working group. So what is very important to say that there are about 1,800 CHP plants, cogeneration plants, that produce electricity and heat simultaneously in our macro region and provides employment for 5,000 people. It is also having a major biofuel productions of first generation biofuel now starting up in Bulgaria, Hungary, and Poland, and other countries also. And use of wood of solid biofuels is rather high. I'm just going to show you some maps that are now very tiny, but I'm going to show you what, for instance, biogas production in in Europe, and here is this our macro region, and you can see at least that the bubbles are really small comparison to other countries, and our livestock sector is not as small as the ratio of these bubbles. But the point is that we are still have plenty of room to grow in terms of biogas production and linking livestock production, which needs still also to increase its output, with the methane reduction through biogas. That's a very good synergy for our and good option for growth in our macro region. Another part is the use of solid biofuels. This is traditional wood, this is wood pellets, and these are wood chips. So from that we produce heat, electricity, and also what we can see here is that in EU we have the large numbers, the green numbers are inland consumption of solid biofuels, and then you have the electricity below, and then we have the heat consumption. And you can see, for instance, the neighboring country, you can see Finland and Estonia. Of course, they have a little bit more population, so it's larger. But look, you can't say the ratio between the electricity and the inland consumption of solid biofuels. So we are not there yet. Some countries of high density, they are, but not there. And it's also very difficult to neglect the fact that the fuel wood, the traditional wood used for heating in heating stoves is the cheapest option available at the moment. And we are not the countries of the high purchasing power to have the opportunity to go to pursue our wishes whenever we want. To change the consumer patterns, it's going to be more difficult to get people from wood than use any other options for energy. In our macro region, energy poverty is something to deal more often than in other countries in Europe. Other part is the production. So this is the map of biorefineries, and you can see, you have seen this map already yesterday in Mbarak's presentation, and you can see that here density is different than the density in the BioEast macro region, and this is presenting biorefineries in all ways, chemicals, for materials, for biofuels. And if you extract only biofuels, actually you can see that these are the ones that we have, biofuels. We have biofuel production, as I was mentioning, significant in BioEast macro region. But what is very important is that this production is not equivalent to the consumption, because once you make biofuel, it's a tradable good, and it's not necessarily going into the country of origin. That's also very important to highlight. Nothing to be afraid, but something that has to be acknowledged. So what is our perspective for bioenergy and bioeconomy? We acknowledge that bioelectricity is needed to reduce the cost of grid balancing, because it's very costly to balance wind and solar, all these intermittent renewable energy sources. They are cheaper than bioelectricity. However, to manage them and to balance them in the electric system, it is very costly. Bioheat is locally available, low volume biomass is the least cost option to reduce fossil fuel dependency, which also we have in the Central Eastern Europe. Biofuels for transports are at the hand part of the solution to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So it's going to be the demand, and production of biofuels, whether it's first or second generation, it's much more affordable in our country because land rent and cost of labor are less than in other countries. And modern bioenergy is mostly not competitive with the alternatives. And what is very important that I have mentioned this at the beginning is 1,800,000 CHPs. So they are already investments paid off. So keep them operating would be a smart thing to do, because they could produce the cheapest bioenergy-based renewable energy in the region. So this is what we have the perspective, and we have also lessons learned from biomass use for bioenergy that we could we would like to communicate to the other novel sectors of bioeconomy, because this is something very to share. The bioenergy sector has been highly promoted from 2008 in the previous framework. We have learned there is no reason that biomass supply would behave differently if it goes to any other use within the novel sectors of bioeconomy. So what is very important to acknowledge that if it's bio-based, it could be, but not necessarily sustainable or circular. So this is something that has to be acknowledged and deal with, because we are looking for sustainability and circularity in bioeconomy. A bio-based activity set up in a linear economy framework. So even if I'm bio-based, I don't operate in a circular and sustainable system. I work in the linear economy framework. Then biomass supply is crucial for the market uptake, but also biomass has exports. And what we are facing here, that it is, although we all advocate cascading use of biomass, most of our biomass, and I dare to say roughly 2/3 of woody biomass from Central Eastern Europe, is being exported as a raw material, whether as pellets or fiber. So what I'm going to show you now is the pellet market. It is 2015 to 2016. The pillars are just more taller. But what is very important to highlight this is the Central Eastern Europe, and this is our macro region, and you see only the green bars, and this is export. There is no reason why biomass for other novel sectors of bioeconomy will behave any different if we don't develop our own consumption and our own biomass demand. So what I'm trying to say, that even if we have abundant biomass in market, and all the biomass more affordable than in the rest of the Europe, it doesn't mean that we will have thriving bioeconomies. This is the lessons learned from bioenergy sector. We go to the end. So what we are doing, focusing in the thematic working group bioenergy, we have transition pathways of bioenergy within the bioeconomy. We would like to embed existing bioenergy players into bioeconomy by making the small biorefineries, raise awareness of the local bioheat solutions in agro-industry, short supply chains, biohubs, developing biomass logistic collection storage spots, because biomass is seasonal and industry needs constant supply of constant quality, biorefineries for advanced liquid biofuels for transport, and also aligning bioenergy with the EU Green Deal policy areas and initiatives, for instance, methane strategy, defossilization of agriculture, food sector, clean energy packaging stuff. So as EU Green Deal is going to be populated with more initiatives, we are to affect the planet. So we at the end have a different, we like to think that we have a different look on bioenergy than it has been before. And we would like to develop bioenergy business models that would serve decarbonization and increase competitiveness of EU bioeconomy stakeholders. So that would be it from my side. Try to be condensed as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Biljana, for this quick but deep insight. And now I would like to call Corina Varga, and I would like to pass the word over to her on the role of agroecology and sustainable yields, DVG, in the BioEast initiative.
Hello, hi Victoria. I hope that you can see me and hear me.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so thank you, Biljana, for the unshare. I'm just going to share my screen as well. And please give me a feedback whether you can see
it.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely fine. Great. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. And I would also like to welcome everyone. My name is Corina Varga from the Hungarian Research Institute of Organic Agriculture, and I will be talking about the role of the agroecology and sustainable yields thematic working group within the BioEast initiative. But first, I would just like to give all of you a quick content overview about what I will be talking about. Well, first, I will start with a very general background explanation on why we created this TVG and why we need agroecology in the first place in the Central and Eastern European region. And then I will move on to the objectives and the main research topics developed by the agroecology TVG. And I will close with our very recent achievements. So first, why do we need agroecology in our macro region? Just giving you a background explanation on this. Well, first, the answer is quite simple, since agriculture and the food sector within the primary sector is probably the most significant player, even if we consider the employment and the turnover within the bioeconomy. So agriculture and the food sector provides approximately 73% of Europe's total employment, which constitutes 76% of its total turnover of the bioeconomy. So these are quite huge numbers. However, knowing the mounting evidence of our agriculture's pressure, especially conventional agriculture's pressure on the environment, this is coupled with the global challenges of climate change or world population growth or consumption patterns. With the light of all this, basically, this is calls for changes to transition our current practices, conventional agricultural practices and food system to be sustainable on the long run. And currently there is quite a common, widespread common understanding in the international community, especially agricultural research community, that agroecology can be a good alternative to lead this transition, to be the basis of this transition in terms of principles and in terms of practice. But what is agroecology? Just very briefly. Well, this is not a new concept. So we are talking about 100 years old dynamic concept, which only gained momentum in Europe and in the international community, research discussions and also policy discussions from the years of 2000. And basically, every agricultural practice that follows sustainable principles can be considered within agroecology. So those that use natural processes, limit the use of purchased inputs, or try to minimize negative externalities and stress the importance of local knowledge and participatory processes as opposed to the conventional scientific methods or practices. And also agroecology does not limit only to agriculture as it is, but it encompasses the whole food system and the actors within the food system, so along the whole value chain. And also it does not only limit to scientific research and practice, but also it tries to touch upon the social, ecological and economic aspects of agriculture and the food system. But why do we need agroecology in the macro region? Well, I can probably list several points to that, but I would like to just highlight four important points. First, knowing that the climate change, the effects of climate change will be quite severe on the long run in the sea region. Therefore, in the Bio-East countries, we definitely need an effective adaptation to the impacts of climate change. Let it be the resilience of farmers or rural communities, or the diversification of our agricultural practices, or water conservation, or even the adaptive capacity of our current institutes. And also, we need to enhance the efficiency and quality of our agriculture and food system. And also agroecology could enable us to open up new areas to explore within the bioeconomy. And also which is also very important, is that the Common Agricultural Policy and the Next Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Framework puts great emphasis on the support of sustainable production methods and production practices such as agroecology. Actually, amongst the European policies like the Farm to Fork agricultural policies, like the Farm to Fork or the biodiversity, explicitly mentions agroecology as the leading principle behind the transition of our production systems in Europe. And basically, in a nutshell, this is the reason why we created the agroecology thematic working group in 2019, and it is coordinated by Hungary, 2 institutes from Hungary, the Hungarian Ministry of Agriculture, which is responsible for the overall coordination and support, and the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture, which provides the professional and expert support for the thematic working group. Currently, there are 24 delegates in the working group from 11 countries, mainly comprised of policymakers, public and private researchers, and members from academia. Unfortunately, we currently don't really have too many members from the business sector. The objectives of the agroecology of our working group, thematic working group, well, we set out 9 main objectives, but I would like to start with probably the most important one, which is to develop our own thematic agroecology strategic research and innovation agenda that will feed into and support the elaboration of the whole common Bioeast agroecology, Bioeast strategic research and innovation agenda through the inputs of the national delegates, and also the study and synthesis of the national and agricultural research strategies. In line with this, we also set up a network of relevant stakeholders from the Bioeast countries to collect and discuss our experiences with agroecology, and also to collect best practices currently existing in the Bioeast countries, and also to stimulate the discourse on the seas agricultural sectors development, and also to seek alignment of national agendas, financing, financial instruments and investments in our region to create an enabling environment for later on for the strategic research and innovation implementation. Also to mobilize our country's ministries to implement policy pilots for agroecological system development, and also to boost the communication and dissemination tools and channels for sharing these best practices. And probably the second most important objective is to contribute to the currently Pan-European Partnership on Agroecology within the Next Horizon Europe, and also to contribute to the national strategic planning of the Common Agricultural Policy. And as I mentioned, that probably the most important objective is to create our own thematic research and innovation agenda, focusing on agroecology. And in order to achieve this, we created 8 main research topics, basically based on the challenges and research needs of the delegate countries, and these are the soil health, the transition to pesticide-free agriculture, or the potential of the genetic resources in our agroecosystems, crop and production diversification, precision farming, animal health, the local food systems, and rural development and innovation management. And based on this 8 main research areas or topics, we wanted to operationalize basically these 8 topics in order to develop the strategic research and innovation agenda. So therefore we created national mirror groups as kind of a tool for this operational development, and we kind of merged some of the similar topics within this 8 research areas, and based on this we created 6 national mirror groups. The first one is on soil, the second one is the transition to chemical pesticide-free agriculture, the genetic resources and agriculture diversification became a separate national mirror group topic, and also the innovation and digitalization became one. The animal health and welfare got a separate mirror group, and the local food systems and rural development also, we merged these topics together. So basically in each delegate country, mirror groups were developed, and they provided their national research priorities, their national research agricultural research challenges into this thematic strategic research and innovation agenda. And what I can say about our achievements currently is that and recently this is our biggest achievements, that we developed and drafted this strategic research and innovation agenda on agroecology. Currently it's under validation by the delegates of our TGB, but we don't really expect too much changes in that, so we have quite a solid material which is ready to feed into the common BioEast strategic research and innovation agenda. What I would also like to highlight here under our achievements is that thanks to the national mirror groups, now we created a quite well established network of experts in the Central and Eastern European region, which is able to create and organize a better information flow amongst our countries, and this is especially useful for a future consortium development. For instance, CE-led consortium development as well, but in the next Horizon Europe research and innovation framework. And yes, this is that I wanted to highlight to you, and I would like to thank you for your attention, and looking forward to the discussion as well.
Thank you, Corina, and thank you for keeping the time as well. All these topics are, of course, very, very important, and we would like to hear more, but of course there are so many of them, and the time frame is limited, but of course I hope we will get back to you as well with some questions in the roundtable discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again. And now I would like to call Paweł Chmieliński about the role of the food system TVG. Paweł, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. First, of course, check if I'm heard and if I'm seen my presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you to you and Biliana and also Corina. This was like a very nice introduction and like the insight for my friend and colleagues from other TVGs. Like it is my pleasure to present the role of a food systems thematic working group in the BioEast initiative. We are talking about like food systems. As you seen on the Corina presentation, there was like the agroecology a few levels, and then we are the level up, so the food systems, which are encompass the entire range of actors and interlink value-adding activities. So we are talking about the production, aggregation, processing, distribution, consumption, and the disposal of food products, so that the whole value chain, but also like the broader economic, sociality, and natural environments which they are embedded. So this is something what I stressed this morning, because like the food system is composed of subsystems. So like the farming system is one of them. Then we can say about waste management, input supply system, rural local system, and other systems that are like pretty much connected in what we say we call the food system. But we are talking about the transition into the sustainable food system. So this is like the food systems that delivers food security in a special way. So like the special way that the economic, social, and environmental basis to generate food security and nutrition for future are not compromised. So we are leaving the space for the future generations. And the main challenges like we were starting with, well, in the research and innovation for this topic, there was like the response the society needs. So like response to the demand on the quality and the quantity of food that are solid and like to make a basis for the food security. We are talking about the environmental protection and like the mitigation of the effects of climate change. These are crucial determinants of food systems, and as well as understanding that the complex adaptive food systems at the different levels. So not only on the governmental level, but also multi-level and multi-stakeholder approaches to food chain analysis and like the development of future solutions in our macro region. So when we talk about the response to society needs, so we talk about the quality and the quantity food and the solid basis for the food security. We see here like the all what is compromising the food systems in the society. So like demographic structure, nutritious food delivery issues, like the ensuring high levels of food safety. So like a lot of through the food systems we are addressing also like for example, other society problems like the health, diets, and like the consumer awareness and like consumer consumption patterns, for example. And then when we talk about the natural environment protection, of course, we are talking about like the reduction of the natural resources, like the conservation, and we relate to the not only like the local, national, regional level, but also we face the planetary boundaries of natural resources use. So that's why we try to think about building the climate smart food systems and maintaining the biodiverse ecosystems. And then understanding the complex adaptive food systems in the different levels. So to include various stakeholders, various levels of governance, so like multi-level governance approaches, but also like the different players, the different actors in the food systems that are related to production, processing, packaging, logistics, distribution, as well as consumer. So this was like the starting point that I wanted to make a base, like some conceptual base for the Bioeast Food Systems thematic working group. The objectives, like one of the main objectives that that we are stressing from the very beginning of work on within the Bioeast itself as an initiative, but also especially in our thematic working group, is like to increase the Bioeast macro region countries' influence on the frame program. So like make us more visible, more active, better organized within the European research area, within the research and innovation activities in field of food systems. So like the other objective is to study and synthesize national agriculture research and innovation strategies. So like take what is like the best for the concept of the sustainable food systems in the national strategies, but also like to catalyze the reflections and discussions we have in our regions between the very big group of the people, experts, researchers, like the practitioners, regarding the food systems transformations in our region. We aim also like to extract this knowledge to advise on the development of the long-term national, but also European and global strategic approach to food systems transformation. And also we seek for the new ideas, those like really nice picturized, not only in like also by Biliana, like as an example of the overall TVG's approach, like that we focus on the ideas and like how to translate them into the better solutions, for example, for to boost the consumer trust, to foster food safety and food quality, but also at the same time to better understand social challenges, but also to provide a background for better assessing the impact of the new technologies, new solutions on agriculture, food production, and circular economy. The Bioeast Food Systems thematic working group is managed by the Polish partners, coordinated by the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development of Poland, in a close cooperation with the research institutions. We'll come back later when I'll be explaining the members. We have, of course, 11 Bioeast countries on board. We try to meet and discuss different topics, generate discussion, and like the one of the main short-term or like the mid-term like aim objective of the group is like to develop a stakeholder-driven approach, which will be the strategic research and innovation and agenda on the food systems. This is like one of our mid-term objectives. So to do that, we mobilize partners and provide access to expert networks in the Central Eastern Europe, especially in the Bioeast region. We try to mobilize resources beyond Horizon Europe to implement the research and innovation policy framework on food systems. I'll show you some examples of this later. So when you look, there is over 40 people working in the food systems thematic working group with the 11 countries. From Poland, which is the coordinator, I'm the chair. Justyna Cieślikowska is a representative of the Ministry of Agriculture of Poland and the coordinator of the network. Marek Wiger of the Institute of Agriculture and Food Economics in Warsaw, Poland is co-chair. We have, as you can see, we have a different police expertise and like the level and institutional level. You can see like the institutes, you see the university, you see the Chamber of Agriculture, but also like some networks and representatives, of course, of ministries. So we have like Poland, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, and then Bulgaria, for example, Food Safety Agency, again, ministries, universities, Bulgaria, Estonia, Romania, Lithuania, Latvia, Croatia. We discussed those topics within these groups more or less actively, but all are having eye on what's going on and responding to our requests, like for the validation or the input, expert input to what we do. So few words about the activities. I have, okay. Few words about activities. First, we prepare common strategic research and innovation agenda on food systems. This is like the key activity of this group. This will be like the not only the agenda, the strategic document that will be based for the roadmap for the food systems analysis and the cooperation, scientific and like the policy cooperation, but also it will provide added value to Bioeast area itself, like the BioEast Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. And I hope it will be the document that will try to get us together and help us to mobilize in specific topics related to the food systems. And also we represent very actively the Central Eastern Europe and BioEast countries and the debates on the EU research innovation policy framework within the Food 2030. We are the link, and we also represent the BioEast countries at the SCAR Food System Strategic Working Groups. So we take part in drafting the reports, workshops, preparatory activities, but also we try to get more visible through the preparing the inputs to the EU work program 2021 for Cluster 6 Horizon Europe, safe and sustainable food system for people, planet and climate. So all together with a great response of the members and the whole BioEast community, we prepared the 77 topics that were sent to the Commission. We are also active in the preparation of European partnerships on food. So like we are taking part of drafting consultations, but also like the coordination of some preparatory activities. And of course, we are active on the conferences and workshops. So like the joint project and the SCAF events, we had our voice in a debate in the FACET JPI 10-year event, but also other events, including this one. So when we look at the strategic areas and topics, we are working with some preliminary strategic agenda ready. So this is like the time for the validation. We have like the main four strategic areas. One is related to production, the other is related to the food chains, so like the strengthen the food environments and the actors, and one is related specifically to the research needs, and also to the local systems, but also like the problems of consumers. So especially to promote the sustainable food consumption and shift to healthy, sustainable diets. So like the last slide is like our work plan. We started like actively last year. We had a great conference in February where we presented the tour, tried to organize the group. We had the preliminary conversations, like the discussions. We settle up the action plan, and we are trying to follow up, not looking at the problems within the pandemic. The most important, we have prepared the thematic area on the food systems that we are working right now, and we hope to have it ready soon and validated by June this year. And of course, this is like the starting point for new activities within food systems toward the research and innovation agenda, and the activities within the well-developed the group, really representing all of the BioEast countries. So I guess this is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pavel. Thank you for your great presentation. Now we will move on to the topic of forestry. So I would like to call Rastislav Rasi to deliver his presentation on the role of forestry TVG. Are you here? Yes, I can see something, but I cannot hear you. Okay, you should unmute yourself.
Please power close your presentation.
Is it better like this without Bill? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Okay, I switched video off and maybe it will be better like this.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so I will try to share presentation. Can you see presentation?
Not yet, but I guess it's coming a little bit slowly. The screen is black at the moment. Now it's there. Absolutely fine.
Okay.
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation to have a presentation in this meeting. So, nice afternoon to everyone. So my name is Rastislav Sorashi. I work at the National Forest Center in Zvolen, Slovakia. And I'm leader of thematic working group on forestry within the Bioeast initiative. So the Bioeast Forestry Working Group is active since 2018. It was the first thematic working group within the Bioeast being established. It has nominated members from all 11 Bioeast countries and have interlinks to other organizations and platforms and initiatives within the field of forestry, so like Forest Technology Platform, SCAR Forest Europe, other relevant international organization processes, initiatives, and competitive excellence projects within the countries. The working group is led by the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of the Slovak Republic, and it is of forestry working group. There are this group organizes regular meetings to exchange knowledge and experience, to support and to coordinate activities related to forest sector, and to develop the Biostrategic Research and Innovation Agenda, which is integral part of the Bioeast Up project. And all these activities are related to the forestry and forest-based value chain within the Central and Eastern European macro region. So within these activities, it's also as in our other working groups, it's commenting on the draft documents being prepared by the European Commission regarding financing of research activities at the community level, as well as sharing knowledge in individual countries and institutions and stakeholders in countries being involved in the Bioeast initiative. So to introduce the background, forests in 11 Bioeast countries cover more than 38 million hectares. This represents about 38% of land in these countries, and this represents about a quarter of forest in the European Union. So forests are at very important part of the land in our region, and we consider that it is very important to also have appropriate role in the bioeconomies in relation to this share to the country. Gross value added in forest sector, forestry wood processing, which covers forestry wood processing and paper industry in Bioeast countries, was about 18 billion euro in 2015, and it represents about 18% of forest sector gross value added in the EU. So it indicates needs to identify priorities and strategies to further develop this sector, as it is lagging behind the effectivity and production of this sector in Western European countries. So there is still good motivation to develop it further. So within the forestry working group, the SRIA, Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda for forestry, is being developed. Their pillars and structure based used for Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda 2030 of the European forest-based sector, and the most important components are public-private partnerships and improved science policy public interface. These are considered as crucial for both knowledge generation and successful implementation of actions. Planning forestry development, considering priorities of EU, is a crucial part of orientation of the activities, as most important component of any activities is the financing. So it should be in line with the financing schemes, and in this context, it relates to the programming period of 2021 and to 2027, and EU tools for sustainable growth, competitiveness, research and innovation. At national level, national forest programs constitute participatory, comprehensive, intersectoral and interactive processes of policy planning and strengthening coherence and synergies within the forest sector, as well as between policies aimed at sustainable forest management to other relevant policies. So these are important documents for the connection of activities to other sectors, and to interlink the policies and strategies to the needs of the society, and to improve the attractiveness of activities within this sector and competitiveness of activities within this sector. There are important projects being already initiated or solved within countries of bio initiative related to the forestry, and the development of strategic research and innovation agenda builds on experience from these projects. So these are listed here as examples, and they cover individual countries within the group. And the main challenges which we consider within the preparation of the forestry SRIA, these are components. So it's mainly sustainability of forest resources and wood production. So this is in the context of climate change and provision of other services and expectations from the forestry sector. So there are pressures on the sector that not only production of wood is the interest of the society, and still the production is expected and replacing more carbon producing materials. So substitution effects are expected, and use of wood is still interesting, but other components are also put forward. Keeping and further strengthening of traditional and development of high-tech wood processing industry. So we consider forestry sector as a complex sector of management of forests, sustainable management of forest, also wood production, and wood processing sectors. So in this context, there is already this part on strengthening the industries, both traditional and high tech, which these high tech are most important for the development and are of high demand. Then challenges of woody biomass in bioenergy. So it was already presented by Biljana Kulisic, but there is full support also from our group to this topic. That in cascade use of wood, there is also at the end of this cascade there is use of wood also for energetic purposes, and also within these value chains at the end there is this possibility, and this component is important, and also low value wood which is not appropriate for any other type of processing would be also used for this purpose of production of bioenergy. Then there are challenges in paper and pulp technologies, so production of packaging and recycling of paper, recycling and cascading systems of wood and wood products. So this is important part for development of circular economy and effective use of wood and wood products. And balance in regional development. So this is important part due to this context of concentration of population in cities and the population of rural areas where the majority of forest occurs. So in these areas, it is also important to support regional development. Then forest services. So this is a topic which is very controversial. So there are high demand for forest services, but very poor establishment of payment systems for these forest services, but still these forest services are considered important component also for the bioeconomy. And then education and communication related to forest sector. So these are also important components to improve knowledge and awareness of the role of these systems. So thanks a lot for attention.
Thank you very much, Rastislav. It was a very informative presentation. So we have already heard about 4 out of 5 thematic working groups of BioEast. And now, last but not least, I would like to call Marie Kubankova to talk about the 5th thematic working group, which is the one on the freshwater-based bioeconomy. So, Marie, the floor is yours again. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Deliver your presentation. I can see your the screen.
Good. Sorry again that I'm not able.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Victoria?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Sorry again, everybody. I'm unable to turn it into the presentation now, so I'll take it from here. I'm very delighted to share with you this presentation focused on the youngest. It works, yes. Focused on the youngest thematic working groups of freshwater-based bioeconomy. Let me please give you an overview of what I'll be talking about. Firstly, I would like to describe to you challenges of freshwater in the BioEast region, explain how important the cooperation is, and briefly tell you about activities of freshwater, our TVG. Well, the fresh water is the vital element influencing economies and social structure of certain regions. Especially in our countries, in the BioEast countries, the production lines have always been built on the basis of fresh water for many centuries, and it is having a substantial input to their development and growth. We're facing challenges, the climate changes, increasing temperature, It creates really pressure on sustainable management of fresh water, and new strategies, cooperative actions are of a critical importance. Therefore, BioEast initiative defines fresh water as an important topic for the thematic working group. I'm very glad that the Ministry of Agriculture initiated this youngest thematic working group. What are the goals of our thematic working groups? This is to very many extents similar to the goals of working groups of the presentation of my colleagues that you have heard. We of course want to connect BioEast countries to the bioeconomy networks at the EU with a focus of research and innovation. We want to support the creation of European partnership and other joint programming initiatives. We want to use the network, we want to use the knowledge, we want to use our members to discuss project proposals for the coming Horizon Europe program, and we want to strengthen the European research area. We want to create thematic area of our TVG. Here is a short overview of the establishment of our TVG. I have already mentioned that we are the youngest one. We were initiated by the Ministry of Agriculture of the Czech Republic in January 2020. Luckily, the kickoff meeting of our thematic working group took place offline, face-to-face, at the site workshop of the Brussels conference organized in February 2020 and in Brussels by BioEast initiative. Well, of course, due to pandemic situation, the nomination to our thematic working group took really longer time, and of course it was impossible for us to meet, so we turned everything into an online form, both on the international level and both on the national level. However, we put together the terms of reference, firstly for our groups, nominated groups from BioEast countries in English. We also translated them into Czech language as we started to form the Czech National Shadow Thematic Working Group at the same time. Where we are now, our expert members who were nominated to our thematic working groups selected priorities. We had a voting, and top 3 priorities were identified. Good ecological and chemical status of surface water, good chemical and qualitative status of groundwater, development of novel approaches to access biodiversity in fresh water. You may see all the top priorities on this slide. I'm repeating members of the thematic working groups. Yes, we are the youngest one. We started just right before the pandemic situation made it very impossible and slowed down the procedure. So here we are, we have 8 countries from 11. They are not all BioEast countries. I would really like to take this opportunity to address you. If you cannot see your country on the list of countries that are represented in our thematic working group, please get in touch with your BioEast NCP and of course with our TVG leader, Dr. Susanna Bokalova, who prepared this presentation together with me. The BioEast web pages have a section where you may find more information about all thematic working groups, not only about our thematic working groups. I have mentioned in my presentation concerning BioEast Hub activities that we want to support the thematic working groups, not only freshwater, but all thematic working groups, by creating national shadow mirror thematic working groups. I think that both Corina Varga and Pavel mentioned the importance of these national thematic working groups because they allow wider discussion of national priorities that can be communicated to the macro-regional level. So we had a kickoff meeting of our national shadow thematic working group focused on a freshwater-based bioeconomy in December last year. What we're doing right now, we're discussing national strategies, regional innovation strategy, but also strategy of Ministry of Agriculture, identifying priorities for the coming programming period. On the international level, we want to take the opportunity of the new program Horizon Europe and to try to prepare a project that can be submitted. All thematic working groups are participating on the development of a concept paper of the National Bioeconomy Strategy. As I mentioned already in my previous presentation, bioeconomy is an important topic, but there's not a national activities on the political level to form the strategy. Therefore, we offered the interministerial group to prepare a concept paper to summarize priorities, engagement of stakeholders, their motivation to see that bioeconomy is a topic that resonates and that is important for stakeholders. We're coming to the end of the presentation because my main mission, what I wanted to say, is to inform you about our thematic working groups. Yes, because we were established in January 2020. We are now defining priorities. We're also articulated and selected topics for thematic studies with which the BioEast project can help us, and that can speed up our activities. We want to use the 18 months of the BioEast project to create, to develop, and to discuss thematic Astria, but because of this timing, because of the setup, we are not so advanced as the other thematic working groups. All information, all contacts can be found on the BioEast web pages and also on the national level on the BioHub web pages. I saw among participants also members of our national thematic working groups, not only freshwater. I'm very glad that our campaign about this event reached and that I can see you here. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm very happy to answer your questions. My contacts are in my presentation and also on the web pages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. So we have heard all presentations on the 5 thematic working groups and also on the role of the SCAR. So now I would like to ask all the presenters to switch on their camera if they can participate in the roundtable discussion. Okay. Great. Now, as I can see, there was kind of discussion between Biljana and Marcus about wood combustion of wood producers. I think they have came to an agreement to a certain extent, and feel free to read the chat box on this topic. Of course, if you would like to add anything regarding this, then feel free to raise your hand and you can comment on your private discussion as a starting point.
It's very important for our macro region to acknowledge problems, because if you don't admit that you have a problem, you cannot move on. And so what we are facing is that we are exporting raw biomass. with low value, I mean, without keeping the value added. We are actually helping other bioeconomies or other countries to become fossil free. And we, as researchers or people of good faith, let's say, we can advocate cascading use of biomass because it makes sense. But each company in its own primary goal is profit making. And then after that, benefits to the society, employment, but it's profit making is the core business, the core purpose of a company. And if the company owner sees the better opportunity to sell wood pellets in the neighboring country with a higher purchasing power, of course he or she does. You cannot prevent that. So we can advocate because it is making the multiplier effect, it's making the community. But the primary goal of the company is to make profit. And as long as we don't acknowledge that, we will be blind for the reasons why we are getting out of these resources. Because wood-based, Rusty can also confirm that we are exporting timber. So just cut and put it out. Where is the value added in our countries? And as long as this is the case, that's why we need bioeconomy strategy. That's why we need to find out in which way we can find an agreement between the primary goal of the wood processing industry or this timber and the society. And that's why we need policy that has to be really well tailored, that is steer that it's in the interest of the industry to have cascading use, not to penalize, but to use it and to have profit out of it. So that's my point. I'm not advocating bioenergy per se. Of course, we should have this cascading use, but we have to acknowledge that if we don't have any other options, biomass, it's the easiest way is to burn it. We've done it, since the humankind. So it's the easiest way. So and it's not our fault. The policy is there to correct the behavior of the market players. So this is what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Biljana. Now, I would like to ask you all about the progress of work of your TVGs. Are you satisfied with the progress of you have already carried out? And the same question goes to Jose as well, as he's the delegate at SCAR. So how do you see the progress of the TVGs of the BioEast initiative from the point of view of the Commission of the European level? Who would like to start?
Well, if I can start, it has always been a concern within SCAR as a whole in the plenary to have an inclusive discussion. So to have more and more countries represented. And when we mean represented, we mean actively participating and not just being there and listening and taking home the conclusions, but also participating. Because we all know that if a country is very important for their bioeconomy, the fisheries or the forestry, they have to be there to say that. So in that sense, it is always a good step forward to see all these working groups on a regional level, on a certain area, working and developing, because they will be more and more interested and active within the discussion in Europe as a whole. So it was always incentivized and motivated to carry on with this. And for what I've seen here today, there is a lot of progress, there's a lot of work being done, and it's a pity if you don't share that work with everybody else with the member states.
Thank you. Pavel, please.
Thank you very much. So I refer to two things. One is about the thematic working group of BioEast, but first I will mention that I'm also participating in the SCA meetings for the strategic working group on food systems, and this is I stressed in the presentation that this is really nice that I can link and like that we can link the work of a TVG and the strategic working group, but I guess like the SCA has itself a lack having few very active person from the Central Eastern Europe, not mentioning even the Barna Kovac, but also like the people I can see that are more and more active, for example, like from Poland but from Hungary, Lithuania, I saw also Bulgaria. So the participation in the SCA activities is increasing. But also this is like I hopefully because we are doing the work here, getting people together and trying to discuss like the certain levels of the knowledge or like the ideas about the development of, for example, food systems. In my case, in the Central Eastern Europe, like the Bioeast region, macro region. So. Like, of course, this is the very hard task to include not only the expert, but also to seek, like, to involve many stakeholders, that those experts in each country working with NCPs and other people involved in the Bioeast. This is really hard to get out and ask the people from the bottom to up. But I guess we are progressing because like through the initiatives like the workshops, conferences and few activities, it is more and more visible. Like the Bioeast is more and more visible, and I guess if we stay on this track, we'll succeed. So this is my very optimistic voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Maybe I can continue from the agroecology TVG side. Yeah, I mean, from the coordination side, there are some aspects that we are definitely satisfied with. So, for instance, the finalization of the thematic strategic research innovation, it's a great achievement, and we couldn't accomplish this without a common work together with the delegates. So I believe this is a huge achievement, and it's also enabled us to build a now well-functioning network, not just on a national level, with the help of the mirror groups, but also internationally, so we can mobilize our macro region countries to attend on several related international events and workshops, etc., exchange information. So I believe this is huge, but I have to form some criticism as well. I still think that in the effective and active work in the TGV, there are some involvement issues. So there are always some countries that are putting more effort into it, and there are those who are not, and often they are quite absent or not ready to give us feedback and comment on other things, or they just don't want to participate. So this is something that we see as a negative issue. But in general, I believe a wonderful thing is going on.
Yes, I can continue that. Well, I was replying there at the chat to the active participants of this event, and they were talking about burning wood and things like that. We are 11, or I should say 22. We are a group of 22 volunteers, actually, in this thematic working group, and each of us, our topics, agroecology, food systems, it's so broad. You know, you can't cover it all. So it is very difficult for us whether to focus only on one or two topics and then do it right, or to just spread out and then just superficially act and like a fire extinguisher on this topic. So we talk a little bit of methane strategy, energy poverty, of this. So it is very difficult. We are young, you know, we don't have, only TVG forestry has 3 years. So we are young, We are volunteers. It is good that we have come together and we meet and we talk, and we will improve over time. And we will, I can guarantee, find financing for our members to stop them being volunteers, because we have all 24 hours of our day and priorities to so that's the thing, and that would improve our work also. Yeah, that would be my view from in defense of my DVG members.
Thank you, Biljana. Now I've seen Marie's hand, so please, I pass the word to you. We cannot hear you. You have to unmute yourself.
Once again.
Now it's great. No. We can't hear you. It's back. Okay.
So I know I can see. Sorry, I really like the comment of Biljana. I know that she's extremely energetic volunteer woman that wants to volunteer and takes it and encourages her thematic working group. Yes, there's a lot of people that we want to encourage, that we want to organize. I have the advantage or disadvantage that I also try to support on the national level other thematic working group. I know that our agroecology thematic working group is very active. Radek Machac is a national coordinator, does an excellent job. We try to support him as much as we can. But yes, it's a voluntary work. Therefore, we as the BioEast Hub try to put some project proposals. We had a perfect proposal for the public administration to run program where we can support the work of national thematic working groups. Unfortunately, we didn't get the grant. Anyway, we're trying to come up with projects where we can support the work of our experts. That is now, yes, truly agree with you, Biljana, some kind of a voluntary. Although it has been also discussed on the BioEast project, these networks, the fact that we're working on something that it can be transpired into projects that it can have. It is important. It reflects the needs of the research, policy, NGOs, community. It's vital. So I also know that in our country, some TVG groups are active, some are not much active. We tried as a leader of the thematic working groups, Freshwater-based bioeconomy, to be active on the both on the BioEast level and also on the national level.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I have seen a new question in the chat box. How can SCAR benefit from the TVGs established in the CECs?
Well, if I can answer that, the short answer is that any country can always gain, it can always benefit from listening to good ideas and to good examples that have worked. And every single country within their thematic working groups can come up with ideas that are new, that are different approaches, different angles. So of course that everybody can benefit. The exchange of examples and experience, it's always tremendously good. And of course that in every region there will be some specific problems that, for example, let's say that they have an experience about fighting against pests. Maybe those pests are not yet a problem in other countries, but they will be in the future. So we can learn from that knowledge, and we can learn from that experience, and we can learn from that planning. So it's out of sharing that comes the light. And something, if there's anything good that came from the pandemic, is that distances are shorter. So the idea that it was difficult for a country or for a region to be represented because it would imply costs of money, of traveling and accommodation, now we can see that we can overcome those hurdles. And the other thing is that if we build up because not everybody has got the time to work on these thematic groups. But if you build mirror groups, then you can reach a lot more people, so they don't have to invest much time, but they can let just once or twice a year they can be on a online meeting and share their opinions, which may be very valuable. And in the end, everybody will benefit from that.
Thank you, Yossi, for your response. Now, I was wondering, because we have been talking quite a lot about innovations during these 2 days and in general. And as I could see, it's rather innovation regarding products, services, or technology. But we haven't mentioned the social innovation. How do you interpret social innovation? Do you think of social innovation as part of your work, as a topic, as an aspect you should focus on as well?
I can start, maybe.
Okay, please.
Yeah, like social innovation. Also, I will relate to one question I saw in the chat about the income diversification. Yeah, and this is like the one of the key issues within the food systems development, because and like the bioeconomy itself, because we are talking about like the innovation in the approaches to the first to use of the biomass, or like this what I already mentioned. This is the chance for the territories, rural territories, to get like new impulses for the development. So first create new businesses, but also like this is also related to the, for example, changes in the consumption pattern. But the consumption pattern, we say we are treating not even the food consumption, yeah, because this is like the food is the starting point for the different optics for the perceiving how everything should develop. So when we consider like the local economies and like the economics at the national level, we see that like the source of the innovation, like the innovations will be related to the change of the use of the resources. So like the climate change mitigation and the change of the whole, let's say, economic patterns. So like social innovations are very important, because like on the one side we need like the good new business models, and the second is like to try to teach and stimulate the rural communities, like the communities, to develop the new ideas. Yeah, so I guess the whole framework will help a lot to do that. Yeah, and the social innovation in this respect will be what we perceive as a bioeconomy development. Yeah, so this is my opinion.
Thank you, Paul.
Maybe I can add to that. So I believe probably the very first step in social innovation is basically to move away from now especially in the CE region, currently held so-called top-down attitude and top-down approach, and moving closer to the bottom-up approach, and therefore involving more and more social stakeholder and societal actors. Especially now I'm talking about agriculture, so not just involving farmers, researchers, or policymakers, but broadening the scope and involving more and more civil society actors, civic organizations, and individual citizens as well, and basically embedding their opinions into the very problem definitions and the very challenges that we are facing, especially in agriculture. So their opinion is represented, and therefore they can help us to find the solutions to these problems that we're facing, especially from the agricultural side. So I believe the bottom-up approach and broadening the involvement of the societal actors and finding those methodologies of how we can embed them into these processes is extremely important. And for instance, the so-called living lab approach is very similar to this, and we were quite focused in this and implementing this and highlighting this approach in our thematic research and innovation agenda. And actually, in the national mirror groups, we involved all of the 6 mirror groups. We involved social actors as well, so not just researchers or from the academia or from the business sector, because this is how we could make sure that all of the actors and the very first step of social innovation is represented. So yeah, this is what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much. Now, there is a kind of discussion in the chat box regarding the social innovation itself. Thank you, Biljana, for I think it was you with the definition. Now,
I had to remind myself. I had to remind myself because I was not quite sure whether this is what I was thinking. And I think that social innovation in the Central Eastern Europe, which is, if we look at the definition, is to meet social needs in a better way than the existing solutions have been nourished from 1945 at least. So I think that we are quite talented in finding better solutions than given at hand, but we don't have a system to collect them. So that's very important, that we are quite bright individuals without the system to collect those bright ideas. So we have individuality and champions, local initiatives, but we don't have a system that would embrace, reduce the conflicts, and actually enhance each other towards the same goal. What is our goal? Where do we want to go? Whether we want to make a target in biofuels, or we want to reduce energy poverty, and for that you need wood logs, but then we have these emissions that we don't want, so what do we want? You know, I would like to think that in the TDG bioenergy we know where we want to go, but the overall system doesn't give directions which way to go with these biomass that we have at hand. So that would be my reflection.
Victoria, you're muted, and Mari, you are unmuted, and that's why.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Pavel. Okay. We have almost come to the end, but as I can see Jose's hand, please reflect on this topic, on the topic of social innovation.
Okay, so as we all know, the bioeconomy, at the end of the day, it's all about sustainability. And also, as we all know, sustainability is not just about environment, it's not just about economy and profit, it's also about social. And there's a fourth leg in this chair, it's also about policies, because if something is, an initiative is profitable, it respects the environment and it's socially accepted, but it's against the local regulations, then it will not work. So we need all of that. And of course, that we need social acceptance. It's easy to understand that if in a region you have a lot of people working in a sector that somehow it's polluting, if you get a new technology, new innovation that makes it less pollutant, then people will embrace that and will enjoy that. So at the end of the day, you always have to have the populations, the society embracing the new technologies and feel comfortable about it. I can just give you a very short example. Portugal, we have 20, well, almost in certain places like 25% of the territory is somehow protected. And the regions where people gain from that protected area, they are much more willing and they're much more proud to having it. Those that they just cannot do anything in there because the regulation just forbids any activity, and so they don't get any new jobs, any new income, nothing from there. Then they say, what's the point of having this protected? So you always need innovation in the sense that it's socially accepted and the populations will gain something from it. And so you must have always the populations at your side and understanding what this innovation is going to be, and then it will work.
Thank you very much for this excellent final word. I have to thank you all for your valuable contributions. It was really great to work with you. And I hope we have provoked some thoughts in the audience as well. Of course, as this session and all the sessions today have been recorded, it will be available and the presentations will be available. And before we leave, I would like to draw your attention to the third day. Of course, we know that an event of 3 days in a row might be a little bit long, but tomorrow we will present, our colleagues will present the results of the Power for Bio project. So there will be 5 presentations, and at the end of each of them there will be some time for questions and of course for feedbacks. So please keep in mind that we would like to see you tomorrow as well. And once again, thank you to all of you to participate, both presenters and the audience. Have a nice evening and see you tomorrow. Goodbye.